Hi, everybody. It's Gord Garner from Recovery Day Ottawa. And yes, we're late. The Wi-Fi went down at 1 minute to 3 o'clock. And so often, like many of our journeys to wellness, things haven't gone the way we thought they would, but here we are. And so I just want to start the day off in a very meaningful way for me personally and for our community. I have our good friend and supporter of Recovery Day Ottawa, Claudette Commanda here. She's from the Algonquin Nation in Kittasabi, and she's joined us today to have some opening remarks and to inform us of a way of thinking that I think is meaningful for all of us in regards to our lives and in regards to substance use and people's health. Just welcome, Claudette. Thank you very much, Claudette. Yeah.
Okay. Greetings, everyone. Kwe kakina, kwe nichkiwedok, kwe anishnabeg, pijajikoma anishnabe eki omamawenenewag. Greetings to everyone. On behalf of the Algonquin Nation and the community that I come from, Kitagan ZB, I welcome all you beautiful people to this unsurrendered, unceded territory of the Algonquin people, the homeland that the Creator's entrusted onto us since time immemorial, and the homeland that we must ensure will be here forevermore for our children who are here today and the generations to come. I'm very honored to be here with you today to bring greetings and to bring words of inspiration to this beautiful event that's taken place. And I do believe that this event and this organization, Recovery Ottawa, it's so inspirational, very, very inspirational. Inspirational for everyone. It's also learning. So I'm very honored to be here to provide words of welcome, but also to speak to you. We all know that during this time, everyone is experiencing such a difficult time during this pandemic. It's something new that has been thrown at us, and we all have to adapt and to accommodate. But the strength that we can learn from this is that we are all in this together. No one is spared. We must continue to be safe. We must continue to protect one another. But to those of you who are celebrating your healing and wellness, to those of you that are seeking inspiration, to those of you who are joining as allies, I say to you, what's so important is this. We are human beings, and it doesn't matter what trial and tribulations that we have before us. It doesn't matter what we are faced with. Know that we have to be kind to one another. And we have to be mindful that there are those in society that are facing much more hardships than others. And that's a reality. We have to accept reality for what it is. But we need to draw upon the great gifts that the Creator has given us. The Creator has given every human being what we call mino pamadzuin, life. And to live that life in a good way. And when we live life in a good way, we walk life in a good way. We follow that good road of healing and wellness. And in that road, that journey that we face each and every day, we must draw upon the 7 grandfathers that the Creator blessed us with. And the 7 grandfathers, each and every one of us, have been gifted and blessed with the 7 grandfathers. It does not make a difference what color we are, what race we come from, and it certainly does not make a difference the title we hold. Because in Creator's eyes, it's not about title. It's about heart, it's about spirit, and it's about what we think and what we see and what we hear in that good way. So the 7 grandfathers, those 7 grandfathers, love, to love one another, respect, to respect one another, humility, honesty, that bravery, then wisdom and truth. And if we use these 7 grandfathers, which we are blessed with, call upon that one grandfather that can give you that inspiration and to uphold you each and every day. And to those that each and every day of your life, you are building on your strength, you are on that road of recovery, you're not alone. you're absolutely not alone. I am your friend. I am your relative. And know that you are loved. And to the message I give to everyone out there, show that kindness to one another. To you, the allies, show that kindness. Greet that stranger with a smile. It's so important. We all have a responsibility as human beings, a responsibility to one another. In our teachings, our creation story, the Creator blessed us with knowledge and responsibility and how we are to live upon Mother Earth, and how we are to live all together with creation, and how we are to live with one another as human beings. And we are all related. There are two great gifts that the Creator gave us, in addition to many other gifts. The two commonalities that we share. One is that there's only one Mother Earth for all. And the second is we are all related in that human family. Indeed we are. And I appreciate Gord for his kindness and his team for acknowledging the territory of the Algonquin people, for inviting me in here to be part of your day of celebration. Land acknowledgement is so important. I acknowledged each and every one of you, and I welcomed you into the territory of my people, the Algonquins. And to you, the people who have made Ottawa, or any place that you've made your home in Canada, it is the home of the First Nations people. And so therefore, you have that responsibility to learn who are the First Nations of the homelands that you have settled on. Learn about those people. Learn about our histories, our culture, and that we come together in that unity and that circle of love. I share with you, you share with me, and we hold hands together in strength. We hold our hearts together in love, and we hold our minds together and our voice together, and we lift up our heart and soul, and we say we thank the Creator for bringing us together. And what I say to you, my brothers and sisters, let us remember that this road that we walk on today is a road of strength. It's a road of honesty. It's a road of kindness. And the kindness that you give out to someone, the kindness will come back to you. And today is a day of celebration. Let us celebrate the strength that we have. Let us celebrate the love that we have. Let us celebrate in friendship. And I say to each and every one of you, Kizagian, I love you. I love you. And love goes a long, long ways. And just remember, we're all in this together. So be safe, be well. Chimigwej, in all respect. Thank you.
So, thank you very much, Claudette. I think that in a good way, you set the tone for the day. I think you hear your message resonate throughout the day, and it's a vital one for all of us and a very meaningful one for me, and I know that I feel a lot better having been welcomed to where I am than to simply recognize that where I am. And so thank you very much for the welcome. And our next speaker is Mayor Jim Watson, and I just want to recognize that Mayor Watson, since 2012, has proclaimed Recovery Day Ottawa every year, and that Ottawa, in fact, just because of time zones, was where the first proclamation took place, although the idea was brought from Vancouver and Victoria in 2012, and we thank them as well for recognizing and encouraging that they had the first Recovery Day events in Canada, and we had a proclamation, and so here's Mayor Watson.
Hi, I'm Jim Watson, Mayor of the City of Ottawa. I'm sorry I can't join you in person, but we're living virtually through the pandemic, and it's my pleasure to officially proclaim September 25th, 2020 as Recovery Day. And the proclamation reads, whereas substance use disorders continue affecting the lives of individuals, families, and communities in Ottawa, whereas many cities, citizens, and organizations labor to remove the barriers of stigma and discrimination, whereas increased health is a real, available, attainable, sustainable, and ongoing journey in our community, and whereas together through our personal stories and shared experiences, we demonstrate the outcomes possible, and whereas we choose to celebrate the many diverse pathways to increase wellness that enrich all of our lives, and whereas we, the people of Ottawa, say in unison, we support recovery in all its forms, par conséquent, je, Jim Watson, maire de la ville d'Ottawa, proclame par la présente le 25 septembre 2020, journée de rétablissement à Ottawa. Therefore, I, Jim Watson, mayor of the city of Ottawa, do hereby proclaim September 25th, 2020, Recovery Day in the city of Ottawa. Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
Hi, everybody. So I have a guest I want to introduce to thank Mayor Watson. And last year I had a chance to introduce him as the chair of the board of directors of Capsa. And this year I get to introduce him as the new chief executive operator. I'm fumbling my words. I'm a little nervous. My boss is there. Anthony Esposito, please join the stage.
Thanks, Gord. Yes, I used to be an operator. Now I'm just an officer. But thank you very much. And good afternoon and welcome everyone to Recovery Day Live. It's kind of weird to be here today, not under the blistering sun of the plaza in front of City Hall, but it hasn't curbed our enthusiasm. And we hope that we bring you an event that's going to be filled with engaging presentations, warm messages, and some great entertainment for you all. This is my third Recovery Day that I've attended. In the last 2 years, I welcomed, as Gord mentioned, I welcomed you as the chair of Capsa, and today I'm honored to welcome you as the new CEO. I look forward to the coming years working with Gord and the entire Capsa team, including our amazing staff, our energetic volunteers, and our very dedicated board of directors. We're looking to build Capsa into an organization that could have a positive national impact for people with substance use disorder. Thank you, Mayor Watson, for declaring today Recovery Day in Ottawa. I happen to have the declaration in hand, and we will hang it proudly in our office. And I thank Mayor Watson and the City of Ottawa for their continued support. This year's theme for Recovery Day Ottawa is Stigma Ends With Me. Caring for each other through COVID-19, leave no one behind. It reminds me of my responsibility to end stigma. It also reminds me of how the pandemic has negatively impacted the outcomes for people with substance use disorder. From the reduced capacity and outright closures of some treatment centers, to the increased pressures on populations already marginalized, and to the imposed isolation, which is rarely a safe situation for anyone suffering with substance use disorder. COVID-19 has exacerbated an already debilitating circumstance in Canada. While this past year has seen Capsa's impact broaden, there's still plenty of work to be done. Stigma around substance use disorder is real. It's reflected in our everyday language and our attitudes, and is depicted in the news and in entertainment. And the harms are real. Stigma impacts the ability of people with substance use disorder to not only get the help they need, but even to ask for that help in the first place. When I began my volunteer work on the board of Capsa, because of societal stigma, I did not feel safe in publicly declaring or discussing my own issues around substance use. Back then, I would even hesitate to tell people that I got better. And if I couldn't tell people that I got better, imagine how hard it was to tell people that I was sick. I eventually got over that when I discovered that I can help a lot of people who continue to struggle with their substance use and see that wellness is possible. That's why Capsa's efforts in advancing person-first language as it pertains to substance use disorder is so important. When a person is reduced to a simple label like user, addict, alcoholic, or drunk, it removes the person who dwells at the center of the condition. Every person with substance use disorder needs to be recognized by themselves and by others as a person first. Their condition does not define them. So I welcome you all. Sit back, relax. We've got some great presentations for you, some fabulous entertainment. It's kind of weird to be doing this online, but hey, we're here, and we're here to join you on your path to wellness. Thank you all.
Thanks, Anthony. Next time I'll go with the CEO stuff. That's easier. So this spring we went to the United Nations Drug Commission in Vienna, and we did something unusual. We brought a uniformed officer from the Ottawa Police Department who had a substance use disorder with us, so he could talk to people about that experience and what was that was like. We engaged with Ottawa Police Services a number of years ago when we went to the Police Services Board here in Ottawa. And this year we have the pleasure of interviewing Chief Peter Sloly and having a discussion around our community, our wellness, and increased outcomes. So we'll listen to Chief Sloly. So I just wanted to personally say thanks, Chief Sloly, for willing to be the MC of Recovery Day Ottawa this year. And can you tell me what it was like to be asked that? And was it a surprising question?
You know, if it was 5 years ago, I might say surprising. But coming back into policing, seeing how much policing has matured around understanding mental health and addictions, not just in service to community, but in terms of its own membership. I was actually quite honored that one of the first things I did as the new chief of police was welcome you and one of my officers as you were heading overseas for an international event on this. And yeah, I'd love to play a role going forward. It's going to be an important plank in what we build here in my tenure as chief of police, a better way to integrate our services to support people with mental health and addictions in the community, and a much better way to support our own members who are dealing with the same issues.
Yeah, and I think that's great news for us as a community and great news for Recovery Day Ottawa. So thanks for joining us today. We're going to be announcing the award to Wendy Muckle for perseverance and commitment for the well-being of people with substance use disorders. And I just wondered if you wanted to say a shout out to Wendy.
Wendy, congratulations. You know, we are blessed in this country, one of the safest countries in the world, and the nation's capital still one of the safest big cities anywhere in North America. And it's not because we have a great police service. We do have a great police service. But they are blessed, we are blessed, I am blessed with great community partners, great community leaders, unsung heroes who don't wear a uniform, who every day demonstrate perseverance, commitment, passion, and compassion for people in need. Any society is judged not on how we treat our best, but how we treat our most marginalized, our most victimized, our most needy. And you're a clear example of the true Canadian spirit, the true spirit of Ottawa, and the true spirit of what we want to bring to Ottawa as a police service. So I'm honored to be able to wish you my personal congratulations and join in the well-deserved award that you've received here today.
Thanks very much, Chief Sloly. We were thinking a little bit about the future, you know, without having a clear lens, but I think part of that for ourselves will be this piece of engagement with Ottawa Police Services, being welcomed in the building, being seen as allies and partners, and perhaps sharing knowledge bases so that we can learn more from yourselves, and perhaps there's some training and stuff in the future.
Absolutely. You know, the officers, we do a lot of training. Some of it is things that just picked up along the way. I think we need to do more informed training. I think we need to do training that we're not training ourselves on, that we invite people like yourself, experts in the community, who have things that are proven to work decade in, decade out. And so we welcome a review of what we're doing, and we welcome new training opportunities to develop more skills. Ultimately, we want to do less of this for two reasons. We want to reduce the impact of mental health addictions in our community and in our officers. And we'd like to have partnerships like the one we're developing now, where we're figuring out how to train together, work together. You can take work from us that maybe we aren't best to do. And that's a transition that I think would be healthy for everybody.
Absolutely. So we've got maybe 1,000 people watching us today.
Oh, now I'm intimidated. 1,000 people.
And so this is the live broadcast that people watch on their laptop. I know we rolled up our banner the other day and tried to get in the laptop so we could go live. We're here at Ottawa Police Station with Chief Sloly, making a difference here in Ottawa, but I think that we're starting to make a template for Canada. And Chief, I just wanted to say thanks for being a big part of that.
Thank you. Thank you for your leadership, your passion, your drive. This is how things get done in a big city. We can walk by each other. We're strangers. We don't really care about each other. We can step over each other. We can step around these issues and go on with our busy lives. But it takes people like yourself and your team to really care, do something about it, make the effort to engage people like me, get our focus, get our attention, get our commitment. And I'm honored to be part of this. Thank you very much.
Okay, and we're 6 feet apart.
There you go.
All right. Oh, I have to tell you. Turns out Chief Sloly is a human being and has a family. Who knew, about police services? Newsflash, And so this is really what Recovery Day is all about, is engaging with our humanity and our care and our compassion. And so we just want to have a quick shot of something that's in Chief Sloly's office that people may not anticipate, and just speaks about the humanity of all of us. If we could just take a shot of that.
Quick context. My 5-year-old son came in here and did a mural on my whiteboard while Dad was busy at work on a weekend. And I've kept it up because I just think it's a wonderful piece of art. I think he's just a wonderful little guy. And so if it makes you smile, because it makes me smile every day, then that's just a good thing too.
And so, as I was saying earlier with Claudette's message and now with Chief Sloly's message and our own message here at Capsa, it's about humanity. It's about seeing people first and then moving forward in wellness together, whatever that looks like for the person, whatever that looks like for our community. Thanks very much, Chief Sloly. And now it's my pleasure. We have a message from Health Canada from Associate Deputy Minister Eric Costin. Really pleased to receive this message. And Eric does a fine job of speaking for himself, so I won't say too much. And I just look forward to hearing this myself.
Hi, everyone. I'm Eric Costin, Assistant Deputy Minister of the Controlled Substances in Cannabis Branch at Health Canada. I'm so very pleased to be joining you today in order to celebrate people in all stages of their recovery. Thanks so much for providing me the opportunity to do so. Merci beaucoup de m'avoir invité à célébrer avec vous tous. To begin, each of you is amazing and strong and an inspiration, and we stand with you no matter where you're at in your recovery journey. My team and I have had the privilege to work alongside Gord and Capsa over the last few years. His voice, along with that of other organizations, and the voices of people with lived and living experience across Canada, continue to be among the most important inputs to inform our federal government action. As you know, the COVID-19 outbreak in Canada is having a devastating impact on the overdose crisis. There has been a tragic increase in overdose harms and deaths across Canada. Il y a eu une augmentation tragique des méfaits et des décès par surdose partout au Canada. And so I believe that this year's Recovery Day theme couldn't be more relevant. Caring for each other during COVID-19, leaving no one behind. Now, more than ever, we need to celebrate community and connection and hope. We know this will also help in reducing the stigma towards people who use or once used substances. I know there are many Recovery Days, virtual Recovery Day celebrations happening across Canada this month. I've learned from Gord and from others in the community that recovery means different things to different people. And although the path to wellness is not always linear, recovery is possible. So I am here to celebrate with you through every step of your journey. Thank you so much. Merci beaucoup.
And thank you very much, Eric, and the whole Health Canada opioid response team for all the work and effort you've put in the last few years. We know that you're working well beyond the hours of the normal work week and doing everything you can here in Canada. I just want to give a message here for a moment about CAPS and about Recovery Day, just for clarification. When we're speaking about well-being, we're talking about increased health, the sanctity of life, the security of life, and so we believe in all pathways, all people model. Whatever is an improvement in life, an improvement in the security of life today for anybody, we think is a great thing, and we celebrate that. So wherever you are in your journey, whether it's just securing your life today, changing your life today, continuing your life today, you're a member of our community, and we want to be a member of your community. Now I have the pleasure of introducing not only a colleague, but a good friend, Rita Notarandria, the CEO, see how I picked up on that? The CEO of the Canadian Centre on Substance Use and Addiction, and Rita has been a long-time supporter of Recovery Day here in Ottawa and across Canada. It's the evidence-based organization that Canadians look for to inform us on what's the next best steps in terms of substance use and addiction. Rita, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Rita Notarandria. I'm the CEO of the Canadian Centre on Substance Use and Addiction. Each September, communities from across our country celebrate recovery from substance use disorder. CCSA is honored to be part of these celebrations. Recovery events shine a spotlight on this health condition. They draw attention to the personal stories of individuals who created their unique pathways to recovery by giving recovery a voice and a face. Each and every one of you provides hope for people who wish to follow a path to greater health and wellness. You give hope for what is in fact possible. And this event did just that for someone close to me a few years ago. Substance use disorder is a health condition that can impact anyone from any walk of life. In fact, 1 in 10 Canadians are experiencing harms due to substance use today. We can see and feel the devastation across our country. People who are your friends, your family members, neighbors, and coworkers. Someone's someone. Recovery is as diverse as the individuals that walk its many pathways. One size certainly does not fit all. For some, recovery means abstinence. For others, it's improved health, social connections, as well as an enhanced quality of life. Whatever recovery looks like for you, know this: recovery is real, recovery is attainable, and recovery is sustainable. Recovery is really about you. Support is available for you. You don't have to do this alone, even during these difficult times. Please have hope, and please reach out. Hello, my name is Rita Notarandria. I'm the CEO of the Canadian Centre on Substance Use and Addiction. Each September, communities from across our country celebrate recovery from substance use disorder. CCSA is honored to be part of these celebrations. Recovery events shine a spotlight on this health condition. They draw attention to the personal stories of individuals who created their unique pathways to recovery by giving recovery a voice and a face. Each and every one of you provides hope for people who wish to follow a path to greater health and wellness. You give hope for what is in fact possible. And this event did just that for someone close to me a few years ago. Substance use disorder is a health condition that can impact anyone from any walk of life. In fact, 1 in 10 Canadians are experiencing harms due to substance use today. We can see and feel the devastation across our country. People who are your friends, your family members, neighbors, and coworkers. Someone's someone. Recovery is as diverse as the individuals that walk its many pathways. One size certainly does not fit all. For some, recovery means abstinence. For others, it's improved health, social connections, as well as an enhanced quality of life. Whatever recovery looks like for you, know this: recovery is real, recovery is attainable, and recovery is sustainable. Recovery is really about you. Support is available for you. You don't have to do this alone, even during these difficult times. Please have hope, and please reach out.
Thank you very much, Rita, for those messages. And I know as the day goes on, it's going to sound like I'm friends with everyone, but it's about community here in Ottawa. And as we've gone through this Growth and Recovery Day in Capsa, we truly have community partners. And I want to introduce you to a vital member of the Ottawa community who's been leading our way with COVID-19, but more so has an incredible courage and interest in the welfare of all of us here in Ottawa. And so I'd like to introduce Dr. Etches from Ottawa Public Health. Please go ahead, Dr. Etches.
Hello, bonjour, Kwe. Today is a celebration as we applaud the incredible achievements of people in recovery. Aujourd'hui, nous saluons les remarquables réussites des personnes en voie de réadaptation. Everyone in life has their own path, and for me, I am celebrating the second Recovery Day in a row with someone close to me who is in recovery, despite the stresses of COVID-19. And Gord has taught me that these things are worth celebrating publicly. Currently, many eyes are focused on the COVID-19 pandemic, but despite this, Ottawa Public Health has not wavered in our recognition and support for individuals who live with problematic substance use or a substance use disorder. In fact, we recognize that COVID-19 has exacerbated many of the issues that members in our community who use alcohol and drugs experience. Nous sommes conscients que la COVID-19 a amplifié nombre des problèmes qui éprouvent les membres de notre collectivité qui consomment des drogues ou de l'alcool. Ottawa Public Health has heard that during the COVID-19 pandemic, people have had trouble knowing where to reach out for mental health supports or addiction supports. We've also seen an alcohol consumption by some and a similar pattern in prescription and non-prescription drug use. So this is concerning to us. Unfortunately, problematic substance use, in particular the opioid crisis, continues to take lives across Canada. So we recognized this recently on International Overdose Day, which is another important day to remember why we stay committed to recovery and other supports. The presence of a toxic drug supply persists, and people continue to report barriers accessing the services they need. We know stigma is one of those barriers, and this stigma needs to end. Nous savons que la stigmatisation est un obstacle majeur. Il faut y mettre un terme. We must continue to work to support people who use substances and their journey across a continuum of increased wellness. We're dedicated to creating a society without walls where all community members can get access to equal and judgment-free help. This includes men in their middle ages, where we do see some of the greatest risks. Our current times have strengthened Ottawa Public Health's resolve to raise awareness of overdose and reduce the stigma around substance use. Now more than ever, it's a time to come together as a community. Il est maintenant plus que jamais temps d'unir nos efforts en tant que membres d'une même collectivité, de sensibiliser la population et réduire la stigmatisation face à la toxicomanie. I must say thank you to the incredible agencies such as the Community Addictions Peer Support Association, the Drug Users Advocacy League, the Canadian Centre on Substance Use and Addiction, and the Canadian Public Health Association, as well as the Royal Ottawa Mental Health Centre. We are very pleased to be collaborating with these partners and city partners to share a focus on this subject, and we especially value the conversations and collaborations we have directly with people with lived or living experience of substance use disorder. We recognize we can and we need to do more. Mais nous devons en faire plus. We are working together to make tangible improvements in mental health and eliminate harms from substance use with a focus on opioids across the lifespan through the Ottawa Community Action Plan. As part of this plan, Ottawa Public Health is partnering on a collective impact project with the Canadian Centre on Substance Use and Addiction and the Community Addictions Peer Support Association and the Royal. And this project is focusing on ending stigma and emphasizing the importance of using person-first language. So Ottawa Public Health heard from you that accessing programs for recovery can be difficult and that there is inadequate capacity to meet the demand, a lack of services in some locations, and that timely access to service is not always available. So I know personally that different solutions are needed for different people. And Safer Supply Ottawa partners are continuing to work to expand access to programming in the community to decrease the risk of accidental overdose and to improve health. So these services provide access to prescribed pharmaceutical opioids, and then they further connect people who use drugs to integrated wraparound health, social, and treatment services. Safer Supply Ottawa is supported by Health Canada's Substance Use and Addictions program. And I'm also pleased to say that Ottawa Public Health supports the Counseling Connect program, which provides same-day or next-day counseling. It was launched by the Ottawa Health Team and a handful of community partners to address this important need for timely access in our community. Services can be accessed through counselingconnect.org. The pandemic can affect individuals differently, so it's okay to not be okay. La pandémie peut affecter chaque personne de manière différente. Il est tout à fait normal de ne pas se sentir bien. And it's normal for situations like COVID-19 to affect your well-being. So I encourage you, support your friends and family, seek support yourself by checking in, sharing information, accessing available services. Physical distancing doesn't mean you have to be alone. La distanciation physique ne signifie pas que vous devez rester seul. We've made progress, but there's still more work to be done to shift the behaviors and attitudes of our community towards people who use substances. And we need to ensure that people have the access to the support they need when they need it. Il reste encore du travail à faire pour changer le comportement et les attitudes à l'égard des personnes qui consomment les substances et pour faire en sorte qu'elles aient accès au soutien dont elles ont besoin quand elles ont besoin. Your experiences prove that recovery is real, available, attainable, and sustainable. And I'm so happy to celebrate this with you. Merci, miigwech. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much, Dr. Etches. And I've got to interrupt the broadcast for a shout out to Veronica, our videographer from Extension Marketing, who does all our great videos. She's home and sending in messages that I'm waving the script around a little too much, and so we got a sharp eye on the production qualities here, but there's not much they can do with me. So what we have now, though, is one of our community partners that's working on that collective impact project with us and with the city, and that's the Royal Ottawa Health Center, and that's Dr. Joan Bezbets and Dr. Kim Carace, and I know that you're going to just love this message. Thanks.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Joanne Bezubitz, présidente et chef de la direction du Royal. I'm like everyone else. I have people in my life who have struggled with substance use, and I've worked in the field for many years. Because of the work I've done in the past and the work we do here at the Royal, I know that stigma is alive and well. The theme for this Recovery Day Ottawa is caring for each other during COVID-19, leaving no one behind. Connection and understanding are an important part of that. It's no secret that the last 6 months have been a struggle for many people on many levels. Now, more than ever, it's important to support each other, to share and celebrate success and recovery, and to make sure everyone knows that there is help available if they need it. Your participation here today at Recovery Day is a step towards transforming perceptions about substance use and addiction, but also to transform individual lives. I'm very proud and honored to be working with Capsa as well as CCSA and Ottawa Public Health and the Public Health Agency of Canada to address stigma and other barriers that prevent people from seeking and getting help for substance use. I want to thank you for joining us today. Thank you to Capsa for once again organizing Recovery Day in Ottawa, and to all the people who have shared their knowledge and their stories today. Together, we can make a huge difference. To share more about the Royal and our collaboration with the community, here is Kim Carace, our Vice President of Innovation and Transformation.
Hi, everyone. First of all, I want to echo Joanne's comments and say how grateful I am to Capsa for its leadership in bringing us together for Recovery Day Ottawa. I've had the honor of working with Gord Garner and Capsa, including being part of Recovery Ottawa for many years. I've witnessed the numerous and impactful ways that Capsa has mobilized communities to end the stigma of substance use, raised awareness about recovery, and most importantly, fostered hope. They have successfully engaged allies locally, nationally, internationally to collaborate, partner, and be part of a social change movement. Capsa inspired me to not only be an ally, but to strive to do things better and differently in order to promote wellness, reduce inequities and harms, and foster resilient communities. It is always important to talk about recovery and to address stigma, but this year, it may actually be more important than ever. We know that the COVID-19 pandemic is having a major impact on mental health and substance use. The research tells us, and I've seen firsthand, a rise in substance use as well as in mental health problems during COVID, all during a time when services have changed and people are unsure, where can I go for help? For a lot of people, it feels like there isn't help right now because of the pandemic. But I want you to know that there are many services and programs you can turn to right now, including here at the Royal. Our services may look a little different, but please know we're here for you. If you need our support in the Substance Use and Concurrent Disorders Program at the Royal, please call us at 613-722-6521, extension 6508. We, along with a huge number of community partners and individuals with lived expertise, are also continuing to work together on making access to all mental health and substance use services a lot simpler. This is, in fact, one of the goals of Ottawa's Community Action Plan, a plan that some of you helped to create. Another part of that plan, a really important part of that plan, is reducing stigma. Stigma is one of the biggest barriers to achieving and maintaining recovery. To me, the idea of caring for each other and leaving no one behind means we have to work together to address stigma. I'm proud to be working with Capsa, Ottawa Public Health, the Canadian Centre on Substance Use and Addiction, and the Public Health Agency of Canada to drive a collective impact project that we hope will bring together employers, healthcare organizations, government, people with lived experience, peers, and individual community members to create change together. Collectively, we can take action to end stigma. We can take action so people understand that substance use disorder is a health condition just like any other health condition and should be treated like one. It's not a choice. It's not a moral failing. We can take action for changing how we talk about substance use and the importance of using person-first language. We can take action on how we design our systems and services to break down these silos and be respectful, compassionate, and cultivate hope. It takes remarkable, remarkable courage for someone to reach out and say, I need help. We need to be there and offer them the help they need, because that's what we'd want for our families. That's what we'd want for our children. That's what we'd want for us, because that's what people deserve. So we can wait for the system to change, or we can change the system. I think we can all agree it's time to change the system. We can do this together.
Am I on? Hi, everybody. Thanks very much for the message from the Royal Ottawa. Every year, Recovery Day selects a community member to recognize for their perseverance and commitment to supporting people's wellness in regards to substance use. I'm not sure I ever have the proper words to say thank you. And so this year we've gone out to get a few people to say hello and thanks to our recipient this year, and which is going to be Wendy Muckle, but I'll let them speak. Go ahead and roll those messages for Wendy. Thank you.
Yeah, hi Wendy, it's Steve Hoost. I just wanted to say that, you know, it's been great working with you. You've been an inspiration to me, actually, and I really enjoy interacting with you. You're a very wonderful person. I really appreciate what you've done for me. You've actually really helped me in a lot of ways. And I'm very glad that you're getting this reward. I think you deserve it.
It's Sean LeBlanc. I'm the founder of DUAL, the Drug Users Advocacy League. And I've known Wendy for a lot of years. And she's obviously a very lovely lady who's very, very deserving of this award. I think we met probably first around 15 years ago when I first started trying to do some advocacy. And she was like always a person that was involved in things like that. And she always seemed very mysterious to me. Very impressive, but kind of mysterious, like a lady that really knew her stuff and took charge and everything like that. And I didn't really get to know her too well until she asked me to go with her to this, I believe it was an HIV gala that we went to. I was so nervous. I went and I got this really crappy, ill-fitting suit from a friend of mine because I didn't have anything to wear. But she was just a down person. She was really cool. She very soon made me feel at ease despite my being terrified. I was just coming out of my addiction and everything, man. And, you know, just hanging out with, you know, such lofty people, I found really intimidating. But that's the thing I find most special about Wendy is that, you know, despite her position, despite of all of her amazing accomplishments, both here and in Africa, if you didn't know, she's just down. She's just a really good, down-to-earth lady. You know, she's had me in her car. We've gone to meetings before. We've eaten together. I've been to her house. You know, I know a lot of people from Victoria to St. John's, you know, a lot of big shots per se, you know, executive, CEO, stuff like that, people in, you know, high positions, a lot of great organizations, and really wonderful people in that, but very, very few and far between are they as accessible, as empowering, as forgiving, and just as wanting of better things for, you know, this lovely marginalized population we have in Ottawa. I can't think of anybody more deserving of this award than her, and I feel very honored just to be a small part of this little video tribute to her, because believe me, the lady works a lot of hours, long hours. I don't know how she does it, but she's one of the most dedicated and passionate people I've ever met, and I'd like to congratulate her on winning this award.
I'm a Darshire, and I'm a peer worker with Ottawa Inner City Health. And I'm here to help present this year's Capsa Award to Wendy Muckle. Wendy's so many things to so many people, but in the harm reduction community, I'd best describe her as a force. She gets it done. Her ability to advocate for the population she cares about is enormous. She's a machine. She believes our clients deserve the same standard of care as anyone else. Roadblocks and barriers and obstacles others shy away from, she faces head on. I've yet to see her back down from a challenge. I've never known any other executive director to be so connected with their clients. Wendy engages their clients so they will always have a voice. She makes sure that they have a spot at the table. Seeing her clients feel so empowered from the input that they were able to give and truly be listened to has made them see that they're an important part of their healthcare future. Despite all the challenges their population faces, Wendy genuinely wants them to find stability and quality, whatever that might mean to them. On behalf of our little family, it's my honor to present this year's Capsa Award to Wendy Muckle.
Hi, everybody. Thanks very much for those messages for Wendy. I had an opportunity to sit down with Wendy earlier this week and have a discussion with her, and I just want to say how encouraging it was and how much better I felt about our future after talking with Wendy, and I think everyone should do more of that. Here we go.
I think when we started all of this, and that was a long time ago, it was really 1998, and then Inner City Health as a service started in 2001. One of the challenges was, you know, that clearly something wasn't working, and it was really obvious that people who needed our help the most were the least likely to get it. That our expectations around what we deserved in order to serve people, provide services to people, were just completely out of line. So expecting people, organizations specifically, but expecting organizations and the people who worked in them to really take that leap of faith, because their expectations weren't based on anything derogatory or negative. They were based on the thought that this was the only way you could provide care safely to people, that if people weren't willing to, you know, jump through all these hoops and obey all of these rules, they weren't really ready to be helped. It really wasn't based in thinking that people didn't deserve it. It was really based in a thinking that this was the best way to do it. And so convincing people that that way wasn't working, clearly. I mean, the evidence was obvious that it wasn't working. And so if it wasn't working, what could we do that would be different? So that was definitely the challenge. The Inner City Health Challenge at the beginning was convincing organizations to really take that leap of faith and to let us try to do something that was really different than what they had been doing in the past. And I have to say that once organizations got on board with taking that leap of faith and could see what actually happened, and the fact that it wasn't unsafe, and that people did get better, and that, you know, good things happened and people weren't hurt in the, you know, in the process, that really, I think, changed people's thinking immensely. And, you know, if you look at our homelessness system, if you look at our supportive housing system, if you look at our healthcare system for vulnerable people, you can see that access now is all behaviorally based. So if you can conduct yourself in such a way that you don't hurt yourself or others in the course, then we're there for you, we're there to support you. That's transformational from what it was 20 years ago, and it has been a gradual process, and obviously I would argue we still have a long way to go, but you know, that change is happening, and certainly you know, the moral imperative around substance use has not dissipated to the extent that I personally would like, but it is dissipating, and I think that people are increasingly challenging themselves about why they believe the things that they believe, why they've been socialized to believe things that clearly aren't true. The social constructs around substance use, you know, many of which don't even come from this country, they come from the US, you know, and they're based on knowledge, which was the best science at the time, but is no longer the best science. And substance use has been one field of healthcare where it has been really challenging to actually get people to act on evidence. And in part, it's because, I think, it's because substance use and issues of substance use are so prevalent. You know, there's no family in the world that doesn't have members who struggle with substance use. It is something which is pervasive across our society, but something which has always been relatively a source of shame and a source of something that people have felt needed to be hidden. And so when people have been successful, their success becomes N of one, and then, you know, the whole the right way to do things becomes based on that. And you know, if you think about, you know, if you took cancer treatment as a similar thing, nobody would think that my particular course of cancer treatment would be the right one for you, who has an entirely different kind of cancer. And you know, nobody would ever think that. But in substance use, that's how it gets parlayed. And I don't, you know, it is fascinating, but also really frustrating. I think we see that that's changing, but it is a slow change. And I also think that tolerance around substance use, and I don't mean tolerance around substance use, I mean compassion towards people who struggle with substance use. Somehow that also gets colored by all the uglier parts of illicit drug use, you know, organized crime and social unrest and all of those kinds of things, in a way that other disease processes don't. So that unfortunately colors people's thinking, and there are very few other disease processes that are criminalized to the extent that substance use is. I do think there's something to be said about, you know, for example, with mental health, we really encourage people to maintain good mental health, and that, you know, small disruptions in your mental health are a normal part of everybody's day-to-day life, and something which they typically can resolve with the support of family, friends, and community, and their own internal resources. And I think that we need to be giving a more normalized message around substance use disorder. You know, it's not all an episode of intervention. And, you know, and yet, I mean, the people who require that level of support and care certainly deserve it. They deserve to get access to it more easily than they currently do, and they deserve access to it for as long and as much and as many different kinds as they need to have a better life. I'm not at all suggesting that, you know, everybody can just kind of fix it on their own. I'm just suggesting that the message, if you have a substance use disorder, is pretty grim and ominous, and we need to change that.
Yeah, absolutely. And what I really appreciate as a person who comes from that community, with so many resources that you've helped drive here in Ottawa, is the concept that if I don't respond, I'm not abandoned.
Yes,
right?
yeah.
And that, you know, if I went to the hospital today and said I reported I had a recurrence, if I sat there and I didn't use any substances and I behaved well, I'd get more services.
Right. 100%.
But if I sat there and I took substances and I had some behavioral and emotional issues, I would be discharged.
Absolutely. The more you need, the less likely you're going to be to get it.
And so that's an upside down model. And again, you referred to cancer earlier as a health model. And if I got a terminal diagnosis with cancer, the level of service I get is phenomenal. You know, all the way to the end, including, reduction of pain.
Yes, of course.
There's a great concern about quality of life.
Exactly. What's the best quality of life that you can have for your remaining years?
And with substance use disorder and mental health, the severity can be so, the spectrum is so broad that I'm always concerned about this person who doesn't respond very well. What is one of our community members, and how can we support that quality of life without ever taking away the opportunity for change?
Yeah, there is this sort of strange belief in the substance use treatment system that the problems with a person's life are all related to their substance use, and if you stop the substance use miraculously, life will be better, maybe perfect. And for some people that is true. I would never deny that, but for other people that's not a reality. I mean, I have been profoundly impacted by many of the conversations I've had with people that we've worked for over the years. And I remember very much, a young Indigenous man, in his early 30s who was dying from liver failure. And the frustration and the moral distress around, essentially watching and supporting this person dying from something which was eminently treatable. And, even we're not trying to convince him to stop drinking. That was not a possibility. We're just trying to say, could you for a short time reduce how much you were drinking because you are young and your liver's going to bounce back and you're going to get, a couple more years at least, or many more years of life if we could just slow the train down a little bit. And he explained, very convincingly to me that was something that I wanted for him, but not something he wanted for himself. And that, he understood very well himself what he needed for his own quality of life and his own happiness. And, we had committed to him that, the choices are yours, obviously. We're along for the ride no matter what happens. We'll take care of you no matter what your choices are. Ultimately, they're yours. But it was very painful, but also a very profound, experience for me to recognize that I'm just here, we're just here. Our whole organization is just here to journey with you along the way. The steps you take and the roads you choose, those are your own. We may be able to help get you on some roads you wouldn't have been able to get on your own, but ultimately the choices are yours.
Absolutely, and I think that's such a compassionate approach, and the understanding and the respect for the people that you're with on a daily basis, that the organization is serving on a daily basis. And that becomes, they say things about leadership that teams begin to take on the persona of the coach.
Yeah.
And so certainly from my own conversations with people that have used Ottawa Inner City Services or received them, has been that philosophy is being experienced across the organization.
I hope so. I mean, I feel like our main, every success that we've ever had, everything we've ever learned of value, everything that we've done that was good really came from the people that we serve. That has been, in many ways, our greatest skill, has been learning how to listen to, the people who we work for and to put what they tell us to do into action. That, and any time I've had, I've struggled around, what should we do about this? What should we do about that? Whenever we've gone to ask people what they wanted, what they thought, what they suggested, what they needed, they've never steered us wrong in almost 20 years.
It's a very powerful statement.
Yeah, all of the smart stuff comes from the clients.
And I would say wisdom comes from the person who can listen to the clients.
Well, thank you for that. But again, I would give credit to, to the clients and to the staff for, listening to each other and making those things become a reality. Because a lot of stuff that we've done, I think if you looked objectively from the outside, you'd say it's kind of out there. Not all of it has been mainstream or...
some people might use the word Wendy as a force in the world.
Well.
and so, but the clients would use the term someone who's changed the world for them.
And they for me and for, for our community. I mean, I think we have shown as a community that we can do a better job taking care of each other and working together than fighting against each other. We've gotten farther. It's it's been better, and people have had, I think, generally better lives as a result.
And we're a better community.
We are a better community
for that,
mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah.
I think that Canada suffers from a lack of compassion
mm-hmm.
as a community,
mm-hmm.
and Ottawa is one of those communities. And we don't think of ourselves in those terms. So it's an uncomfortable conversation.
It is.
That you're leading, right?
Yeah, no, it is uncomfortable.
The reason we have homeless people isn't because there's something wrong with the homeless, there's something wrong with people that allow homelessness.
Yeah. Ultimately, homelessness is as a result of failed government policy, and none of us would like to say that, but that's the truth. We have policies in this country that are supposed to protect people from every social ill, including homelessness, and they do work for the vast majority of our citizens, but they don't work for every citizen. And until every citizen has the same opportunities, our society, is diminished. And that's why we all just have to keep fighting for all those good things, social justice, equality, anti-racism, anti-discrimination, social inclusion. I've always said for people that live with a substance abuse disorder, the biggest harm to them is social exclusion. It's not the substances itself. It's what we as a society do.
To people who use substances
mm-hmm.
openly.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going through something today, Wendy, and I have the pleasure and the honor of representing the community of people that you can't see with me today.
Mm-hmm.
And the award that I brought with you today is the annual Recovery Day Award for perseverance and commitment to supporting recovery in all its pathways and improving lives of others. And I can think of it was a unanimous choice for the board. It's unanimously supported by the community, and I just want to take a moment to share this with you.
Oh, Gord, thank you so much. This is so beautiful. You have no idea how much it means. I mean, there's no community I love more than this one. So to be recognized in any way and to get such a beautiful award means the world. But as I said, this is not mine. This really belongs to all of the wonderful community members who've taught me and been so patient with me and helped me all along the way. I would be nowhere if I hadn't had that kind, generous support through all of these many years. And also, for leaders like you who, are really leading that movement of strengthening that community and strengthening people who use substances to change the world for themselves.
And so if I use the word Wendy's pretty kind, this would be a great time to have that expression. So thank you from all of us. And if I can ask one more question, Wendy, if you look out the window and imagine a better tomorrow, what does that look like to you?
So if I look out the window and imagine a better tomorrow, I would imagine that everybody had nice housing, like not just housing, but nice housing. Everybody felt supported and was connected, that they could identify all of the people in the world who help them and support them. I would think of a world where we had places to come together, where people can eat and laugh and share and support each other. And I would think of a world where the criminalization of people who use substances, the racism towards Black people, all of those kinds of things would be things that we talk about how it used to be, and we didn't talk about how it was anymore.
Thanks very much, Wendy. Hi, everybody. So today's Recovery Day Ottawa, Mayor's Proclamation. It's also Dave Smith Day in Ottawa. So we'll just take a moment and reflect on Dave's impact on us as a community, Dave's impact on us as an event. Dave was our first ever RDO award winner, and the mayor is also proclaiming today Dave Smith Day here in Ottawa. And to make note of that, we've invited Cindy Manor from the Dave's Youth Treatment Center to give us some insight into what it's like to know Dave and how Dave's dream is going to move forward in the future. Cindy?
You're not alone. I never want anybody to feel, and that's why I've got into this industry and in helping people with substance use and mental health. You're not alone. We're here for you. There's supports. I think this whole new COVID reality is different for everybody, but still having Recovery Day is important, and being able to pivot and to do it virtually, to let people know that we're here and that collaboratively we're all working together to get this done, and to keep supporting people in our community. I think it's been great, and I'm really, Dave Smith is really excited to be part of it, and we will continue to be part of it. We're a frontline essential service, so we're still out supporting our youth 13 to 21. But we've all had to adapt and get PPE ready and be ready mentally and physically for the job, because it takes a toll. COVID's taken a toll on a lot of our youth, and in turn, on our staff who have to support them. So Dave Smith was all about bringing people together, collaboratively working with people of like minds who wanted to give to our youth in our community and give to people. He's big shoes to fill, and he's sadly missed by us. And we are so glad and thankful that he was part of this, and that he was, a forward thinker way back then, 27 years ago, helping our youth and fighting for them to get the help that they need. Dave left a hole in our community. I truly believe that. And we have some younger youth that are wanting to step up now and to give back. But I think collaboratively we all have to work together. All of the people that are involved in Recovery Day, we have to do this together and band together to get our youth and everybody in our community struggling with substance use the help that they need. Appropriate, timely care. There's nothing worse than waiting when you want help. Dave was an entrepreneur. That's how he started out. So he had Nate's Deli and the place next door. And from there he became world renowned for his catering and all over the world, and was a big philanthropist. So his roots started at his dad's shoe store years ago, where his dad used to make a pot of soup in the back of the store for anybody who was hungry and in need. And Dave told amazing stories about how his mom came home one day without her, in the blistering winter, without a winter coat, and he asked her why, and she said somebody else needed it more than me. So those are the roots that he grew up in. So Dave was always giving back from a young age, and 27 years ago, a friend of his came to him struggling with their youth who was, having substance use issues and mental health issues, and couldn't get any help or support for him. And Dave tried to get them the help and kept hitting roadblocks, and quickly realized that our system was broken. And he rallied government, and he was relentless, like he always was in fundraising. And he got the treatment center opened on Bronson back 27 years ago. He was almost known as a rock star. So every time there was celebrities here, he was catering for them. So there's pictures of him with Kenny Rogers. There's pictures of him oh my gosh, Princess Diana. He was just, oh yeah. He raised $150 million in his lifetime for charities across Ottawa and some across the world.
Well, we all owe Dave Smith our gratitude.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I own, he laid the foundation for the center that saved my son's life. How do you repay that back? I just put my head down, and I'm going to be as tenacious as he is, and I'm going to get this built. We're trying to build a new treatment center. That's his dream. That's the dream he wanted to fulfill before he passed. The biggest thing that that I realized is that I think it's my one statement, and when I thought I was coming to this, but it's really important that we drop the shame and stigma surrounding, substance use, and people need to be educated and feel more compassion for those who are struggling. It's not a moral failing, and the ones that are out there suffering, they need to know that there's hope, and they need to know that they're not alone. They're never alone, and there's good people out there that will help them. Keep searching and keep looking, because somebody's there to help.
Thank you. I just want to say Dave's dream remains our dream, and we're looking forward for more services for youth here in Ottawa and across the country. Next, I just want to say that we've got some stuff lined up for you, and we got a music event near the just around the supper hour. But let's take a little peek preview of that. My good friends, the Twin Flames, and Rob.
When I was 11 years old, I started to drink. I snuck around and stole alcohol from my father, who was also a closet drinker. It fogged my life and made me forget for a moment. As I grew older, more reasons to forget manifested in my life. We are taught as men to not show our feelings, to cry alone, to cry without tears. But then I took control of my life. I told myself I am resilient, I am worthy, and I am loved. Tanisi in my language in Inuktitut means to dance. Music plays a huge role in my life, and I have a feeling that it does in yours as well. We all have a soundtrack to our lives that help us cope. I'm addicted to music. Get out and dance. Life is too short to drown ourselves in sorrow. Go Tanisi. This one's for you, Gord.
Hey, so this is a live broadcast, and look, there's more than one person in the studio with me. Dr. Kim Hellemans from Carleton University has kindly joined us, And she wants to talk to you about the importance of involvement with the community and the importance of science and research helping people with substance use disorders and who use substances. And Kim, thank you very much for joining us. And I know we got something coming up afterwards, but I'll let you tell them all about it.
All right. Well, thank you, Gord. It is so amazing to be here in the Capsa offices. It's my first time being here, and I'm thrilled to be here talking to you all on this amazing day where we're celebrating individuals living in recovery and their community that supports them. So I'm going to tell you a little story. I'm going to tell you about my relationship with Capsa and my relationship with the recovery community. About 5 years ago, I was giving a presentation at Carleton University for the Student Alliance for Mental Health. And myself and my colleague John Weeks, who's no longer at Carleton, still as an adjunct, but he's now the research director at Homewood. We were each a part of a panel talking about substance use and addictions. And in the back of the classroom, where there was two guys holding up signs, "Stigma ends with me," and you know they were quiet throughout the whole presentations. And at the end, this guy comes up to me and says, "Hey, do you want to join a movement?" And I was like, "What do you mean? What kind of movement? What are we talking about here?" And lo and behold, that person was Gord. He ended up sending me an email following up from that conversation and came into my office a few weeks later where we had a conversation. And he got me excited about what would it be like to be further involved with the greater community that is Capsa and Recovery Day Ottawa. And needless to say, that year, myself, my colleague John Weeks, and Kim Carras, who I think you've already heard from, we were the 3 expert panelists at Recovery Day Ottawa. Since then, I've been increasingly more involved with Recovery Day. We've done Learn, Live, Laugh, Listen events with, as well, John Weeks and Capsa. And importantly, I have to say that in spite of having 15 years of working in addiction and addiction research, I can confidently say that what I've done, my most learning, has not been from the scientific journals. It's been from my conversations with Gord and the recovery community. I have changed my language as a result of learning from Gord, of having conversations with Gord about compassionate ways to address individuals in recovery for addictions and living with addictions. So as a result of this alliance, I have continued to be involved in messaging around stigma. And so Gord has invited me, along with our other community partner, CCSA, to deliver stigma workshops to the community. We've gone to Saskatoon. We've done the keynotes together in diverse audiences in Ottawa and beyond. And importantly, we've started to involve the students. I know there are some of my students listening. I'm so blessed to have such a fantastic community at Carleton University, from the president to the staff, the faculty, and my students, who are also willing to engage with me and our community partners on this very important messaging. So Gord has now, we've been working with Capsa and CCSA, and we have a stigma campaign at Carleton. And our campaign is called Stigma Ends at CU, which is entirely student-led and student-driven. They are working to end stigma on campus and promoting a lot of the importance of language and understanding the neuroscience of addiction, and to how that cultivates compassion and understanding from folks living with addictions. So we have this nice campaign with the students, and today I just submitted the ethics for a research project where Gord is actually one of the people that's on that research project. So I can say that none of us alone can fight the stigma. None of us alone can abolish the various harms that are being done to our community with regard to access to care and services. We need to work together. The lived community, the living community, the researchers, the clinicians, the scientists, the police services, the frontline health workers. We all need to work together as a community to help deliver better services and access to care for individuals living with addiction, because we know stigma is the #1 barrier that prevents individuals who are with lived experience with addictions from accessing services. Community is important. Join me, join Gord, join all of us. There's lots of information on the capsa.ca website. If you're a Carleton University student, reach out to me. I'd be happy to connect you with the students on campus that are doing this great work. Thanks again for joining us. Thanks again for being live. It's a real honor and one of the highlights of my career to be working with this community. Thanks again, everybody.
Growing up, I didn't feel safe at home, and I was picked on a lot at school. When I was 14, I tried alcohol for the first time. I loved how it made me feel. This is how I've always wanted to feel, like everyone else. I thought I was managing my life with my drinking. However, I became more isolated. Over time, I found myself lying to loved ones, hiding alcohol, and keeping secrets, all so that I could drink without judgment. I never wanted to get to the place where people would say,
"She's ruining her life.
Look at that drunk.
Why would she choose alcohol over her family? I don't get it."
Why is she drinking herself to death? Pfft, worthless.
I started to feel that I was doing this to myself, and alcohol was more important. How did I get here? Did I really choose addiction? I chose to take a drink like most of my friends, but I didn't choose to have an addiction. I realized that living well for myself was the key, which inspired me to learn more about what made me different from my peers, why I became addicted to alcohol, but they didn't. The part of our brain that keeps us well can have devastating effects if it doesn't work properly. The area of the brain directly behind your forehead is known as the prefrontal cortex. This area is kind of like the brain's executive control. One of its major roles is regulating different pathways in the brain, such as the fear and reward pathways. For example, when we experience traumatic events, the prefrontal cortex activates the fear pathway and signals to another brain structure called the amygdala, which processes fear. In turn, the amygdala may activate another brain area known as the hippocampus, which stores information about threatening people, places, or things. In the future, when we encounter them, the hippocampus will remind us to avoid them. On the other hand, it seems that the reward pathway is less active after trauma. It's possible that substances, such as alcohol or heroin, are used in an effort to feel better. So what does this mean? Why did my brain think that alcohol was a good coping strategy? Scientists now believe that while the reward pathway is underactive following trauma, the fear pathway is overactive. Remember the prefrontal cortex? Well, it can't do its job properly to balance the two pathways. So, my brain presented the solution to keep drinking, which increases reward and decreases the fear I lived with. At this point, it wasn't about being happy, it was about surviving. Learning that there were real changes in my brain allowed me to be kinder to myself and realize that addiction was not my choice. That being said, I don't want to go back to who I was when I started drinking. When I thought I was the problem, there wasn't much to be done. When I realized something was wrong with my mind, then I knew change was possible. I learned that if I could change my mind, I could change my life and form a new path for myself. Even though we talked about how trauma can lead to addiction, there are many other factors that can also contribute to someone developing an addiction, such as genetics, personality, and mental illness. There is so much value in learning about addiction, and I believe it is the key to reducing stigma. Stigma around addiction is very real, and it is the biggest barrier for people trying to seek treatment. Join the movement with thousands of others working to reduce stigma around substance use and addiction. Visit capsa.ca for more information.
Thanks, Dr. Hellemans, and thanks to everyone involved in that video. Now, each year I get a phone call a couple days before Recovery Day, and it's somebody who would like to participate out of nowhere that I haven't talked to before. So this year we've got Rob, and I'll just show you what he was calling me about and what he wanted to add to the day. Here we go, Rob.
not the body of mom. Mom, 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 not the body of mom, not the body of mom. Mom, 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 not the body of mine. Let my soul take control. So focus on my grind so that everything can roll. In the working time, watch the blessings overflow. Myself I had to find, so ego had to go. Now that I'm here, it's time to act. The flow in your ear will make an impact. All you're gonna hear is me spit facts. They know I'm top tier and I'm coming for that. Stars are showing me to reach for my dream. Know where I'm going, this ain't a scheme. Just keep rolling towards the cream. No more tiptoeing, I am the team. Finally found my purpose and no, I won't apologize. My soul ain't for purchase yet. This I had to exercise the flow like a furnace and no, I won't compromise. This I know for certain, yeah, no more need to analyze. This is up to me, yeah. I will give and persevere to be the best I can be, yeah. Gotta live with a mind that's clear. This the golden key I need to outlive all my fears. Now I'm flying free, yeah. Overseas with all my peers. Not the body of mine, let my soul take control. So focus on my grind so that everything can roll. In the working time, watch the blessings overflow. Myself I had to find, so ego had to go. No, I won't give up, so these haters had a luck. Cause my energy up. Yeah, I know I got them stuck. Sell they soul for a buck while I'm out here relentlessly taking the opportunity, reaching the community, praying for some unity, waiting for the right moment, and now it has arrived. So watch as I own this, hip-hop get revived. I'm always moving forward, so all I do is thrive. I know my worth, even if you don't know what I'm doing. Make my zone, this the rebirth, keep throwing your stones. It's heaven on earth when I'm on my own. Motivated, dedicated, hated, never saturated. Now I'm getting validated as one of the greatest. Not the body of mom. Mom, 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 mom. Not the body of mom. Not the body of mom. Mom, 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 mom. Mom. Not the body of mine, let my soul take control. So focus on my grind so that everything can roll. In the working time, watch the blessings overflow. Myself I had to find, so go.
Hey everyone, Liz here from Capsa. I was gonna have Gord introduce me, but you know what? It's okay. I've been talking to you a lot already. I think you know who I am. Okay, so I wanted to remind you about the poster contest. We have received some posters. We can still receive more. We're gonna receive them up to 6 p.m. tonight. Remember, the posters were about 3 themes: leaving no one behind during COVID-19, all people in all pathways are supported and encouraged at Capsa, and compassion is a practice. So if you're sitting there right now and you want to just grab some pens, pencils, crayons, whatever, make a little poster, send it our way. info@capsa.ca is how you can get it to us. You can still be eligible for the poster contest. And if you're sitting there watching right now and you have not let us know that you're watching, do so. Send us your name, send us your address if you're in Ottawa at info@capsa.ca. info@capsa.ca, and let us know that you would like to receive a COVID-19 kit. All right, so those are the things that are going on. Poster, get going, we still have time, you can send it in, and let us know you're watching. Finally, I would like to introduce Alex Mateus from the Ottawa Red Blacks. He wanted to shout out something. He's a recovery ally. Here we go.
When I was 11 years old,
Hi everyone, I'm Alex Mateus, offensive lineman for the Ottawa Red Blacks. As a proud member of the Ottawa family, born and raised, it's an honor to participate in Capsa's first ever virtual Recovery Day Ottawa. I know that for me as an athlete, the work and obstacles I have to overcome to stay ready don't go away just because we're in the middle of a pandemic. So I know that your fight, a true battle with real consequences, doesn't go away. It's more important now than ever. The stigma of addiction is still here, in pandemic and or normalized, and we can still fight it. All of us can. We can help end the stigma in our day-to-day lives, for example, using people-first language. We're all people, so to refer to a person affected by addiction instead of an addict, make sure that we, the allies, see the human first. Everyone watching today, regardless of your circumstance, deserves to be celebrated. Celebrated for fighting, celebrated for overcoming, and celebrated for teaching. Before I go, one more thing. The COVID-19 pandemic is affecting some of our more vulnerable neighbors more than others. So check in on your friends, the people you know, and guide them in the safe direction. Let's leave no one behind.
Tina, get Tina.
Hi, I'm Benoit-Antoine Bacon. I'm a professor of psychology and president of Carleton University. I was also a substance user for a
So we're about to do the shutout for your Carleton team. I'm going to introduce you in a second. Am I on? Oh, I'm on. I didn't know. Here we go. Well, look, I'm not on for long because Tina is here. Come on in, Tina.
Hi. Happy Recovery Day. I'm Tina, and I'm introducing a few videos from our community partners from Carleton University, getting the post-secondary perspective. And yeah, we're very excited. Happy Recovery Day, and here are the videos.
Hi, I'm Benoit-Antoine Bacon. I'm a professor of psychology and president of Carleton University. I was also a substance user for a long time, and it's really important for me to support Capsa, to support Recovery Day Ottawa, and of course all our efforts here at Carleton University to break the stigma around substance use and mental health issues so that people can feel empowered to tell their story and get the help that they need and deserve, because no one has to suffer alone. We're all on a journey of healing and self-discovery, and I've been sharing my own journey on campus to help to create a safe space where people can share their own story. And I found that telling the truth sets us free, and that accepting other people's truths in our heart also does. From the perspective of the user, the substance that they use is not a problem. It's an attempted solution to the deeper problems of their lives. At Carleton, we're very proud to partner with Capsa to be here again for a 6th year at Recovery Day Ottawa. Our work with Capsa and Recovery Day is a great example of what can happen when we leverage knowledge and research and work together with communities to impact them and ourselves. It started with Capsa visiting the Carleton campus to listen to an open lecture by Drs. Kim Hellmans and John Weeks. And it's become a truly rich and multifaceted partnerships that now includes Capsa guest speakers on campus, co-created products to help reduce stigma. Capsa is also working with our student affairs to host peer support meetings for students and staff on campus. And our students can also do placements and internships at Capsa. At the heart of our partnership is resilience, compassion, research, and working in community partnership to help people at Carleton and in the city. These are stressful times. No one has to suffer alone. Please reach out, get the help you need and deserve. Seeking help is a strength. Every time someone tells their story, we come closer to breaking the stigma.
Hi everyone, happy Recovery Day and welcome to Making Changes on Campus. We're both very excited to talk to you today. I'm Dylan Brady, the manager of Student Conduct and Harm Reduction at Carleton University.
And I'm Sarah Crawford, the Sexual Violence Prevention and Harm Reduction Coordinator at Algonquin College.
We're going to tell you the story of some of the work being done on our local campuses to support students to make healthy choices about substance use and seek out help if they need it. After that, you're going to have the opportunity to hear from some of our amazing students who help us accomplish this work and speak to the importance of a peer-led approach. Sarah and I could not possibly accomplish all of this by ourselves, which is why we're going to finish the video by introducing you to some of the partners that we work with on our campus to support our students and make sure that no one gets left behind. We're also very fortunate to have the support from organizations like Capsa, the CCSA, CAMH, the Royal Ottawa, and Rita Wood Addiction and Family Services.
Our students are beginning their journey in post-secondary, and it's the first time that many of them will be living away from home. They'll start experimenting with alcohol and other drugs, as well as learning about safer substance use. So we want to ensure that they're supported and that we are able to support them while they're taking time and learning about experimentation. Our students are more likely to face reverse stigma because they might abstain from alcohol and other drugs. While they're young, it's more encouraged and more tolerated to be drinking or out socializing with peers. And so if they're deciding to abstain from it, they might increase feelings of isolation.
And this is particularly important given that there's CCSA data from 2018 that shows that 50% of youth who have used cannabis or alcohol in the past month indicated experiencing harms related to their use. That's a large portion of our campus population that, within a month span are experiencing harms related to their use. And this makes sense when it shows that youth are often unclear about the potential harmful effects of some of the most commonly used substances, and they regularly report engaging in riskier behaviors when using substances than compared to those who are 25 and older. We're just starting to understand how things like social media dependence or gaming addiction impact this age group in a very distinct way. They often too can exist in this service gap between youth supports and adult services as they're transitioning through this period, and it can be sometimes hard for them to seek out help if they're not sure where to go.
So all of this to say, it's really important that we meet students where they're at and have a harm reduction approach for our students. But what does that look like in a post-secondary campus setting? And that's what's really important. Our harm reduction services that we provide to our students is very different than what we might find in the community. We don't offer things like needle and syringe exchange programs or safer consumption sites, but what we do offer is a very thorough conversations with our students about harm reduction. While we're talking about alcohol and other drugs, we talk to our students about what are the safest ways to use substances, as well as how they can have conversations with their friends about problematic use.
So that's certainly one of our main focuses. And another piece that we focus on is educating about the spectrum of substance use and how it's not I'm a drinker or I'm not a drinker, but rather people's substance use exists on a spectrum. Their use is likely to change throughout their life, even from day to day, week to week, and that we start that spectrum at abstinence to acknowledge that there are people for a variety of reasons that choose not to use, but that scale slides and people do use recreationally, and then we give them a bit of education around what are some of the signs that your recreational use may start to be impacting your life in other ways, and to help them express some of those concerns in a healthy way.
We have fantastic resources such as safer cannabis use, safer cocaine use, and those pamphlets are really a fantastic way for our students to come up, have conversations with us and say, oh my gosh, this is the first place I've ever had a conversation about cannabis or about cocaine. The Umbrella Project came to be because it's an umbrella term, harm reduction is an umbrella term for safer substance use. And so when we talk about what's under the umbrella, it's all of the different things of normalizing harm reduction in our everyday life. Some of the things that we do in the initiatives under the Umbrella Project, we've got lots of swag. So giving away free stuff to our students is one of the best ways to get them in. Our branding can be found throughout campus on everything that we do. And basically our students know to look for that, and they can have conversations or find someone safe to talk to about the Umbrella Project.
When you have a lineup of students waiting to come and get some of your swag, and they don't even fully realize at the time that they're going to get this shirt that, sure, it's I heart safer partying or something to that effect, but on the back, it actually has harm reduction tips right on the back. And so you can see students really buying into the brand, really buying into things that are going to help them and their friends stay safe, because there are these educational pieces built in.
Our counselors now understand harm reduction consultations, so they can provide harm reduction education and consultations with their students and support them through counseling, as well as referrals to the wider community who are better to support them if it's not through our counseling service. So we really are operating a whole person approach, making sure that no one is left behind and making sure that our students are engaged with the populations and supports that they need.
Carleton has also partnered with Algonquin to launch our own CU Umbrella project in the coming months. The goals of our campus-wide program are going to be to reduce the stigma surrounding substance use and addiction on our campus, promote wellness by providing training and education around safer substance use to Carleton students and staff, and then provide outreach and support to those who may be struggling within our community. I'm also very proud to announce that Carleton has partnered with Capsa to offer the popular All People, All Pathways peer support meetings, specifically for students and staff at Carleton who may have questions about their use or may be concerned about someone who's close to them.
One of the things that we have adapted or started at Algonquin College is our Ask an Expert series. It's a Facebook Live event. Each week they're tailored to something different, so sometimes it's sexual health, substance use. We're also doing a series called Hot Drinks and Hot Topics every Tuesday, and those are really engaging conversations that aren't recorded, so they're open and honest. Our students can ask anything that they want. We're having a session in a few weeks called Pugs and Drugs, where students can drop in, ask the questions, and make sure that they're supported in any way that they need to be.
Over at Carleton, we learned a lot because COVID started to unfold in March, which is already a normally stressful time for our student population. And we were able to, over the summer and into that exam period, really prepare by centralizing all of our information and supports available into a quick, streamlined, safer substance use website. We really highlighted things like access to peer support groups that had moved online, so things like AA and Smart Recovery, and when we were able to provide All People, All Pathways back again, we really wanted to make sure that that was something students knew that was out there. We did outreach to students around the ways that physical distancing and COVID-19 can impact mental health as well as substance use, and how those are all combined in this broader definition of wellness. We also are working very hard and shifting all of our training offerings online and offering students access to as many self-assessments that are understanding of the broad spectrum of substance use, and online resources like Therapy Assisted Online and Breaking Free Online. And it allows them to sort of check in with not just their substance use, but their overall mental health, because the two are so important and so connected. There's no way that we could do this on our own, and I'm really excited that next up you're going to have an opportunity to speak to Olivia and Tina, two absolutely amazing peer supports that we've had on our campus environment, to learn a little bit more about the peer-led approach that we take here and why that's so important to the success of this project. Thanks.
Hi everyone, happy Recovery Day. Thanks for joining in. We are students at Carleton, and we are here today to talk about stigma, addiction, substance use, and kind of from more of a student lens / perspective. So my name is Tina, and I work at Carleton in harm reduction. I'm the support staff and also communications assistant for them. I am also a student, of course. I am in the Bachelor of Social Work program. And I'm also a person with lived experience, a student with lived experience. I'm living well with substance use disorder.
Hey everyone, I'm Olivia. I'm a recent graduate from Carleton University in the Neuroscience and Mental Health program. During my time at Carleton, I helped create a campaign called Stigma Ends at CU, the U is for Carleton University, of course. And the basis of the campaign was to reduce stigma around substance use and addiction. So very fitting for everything that Capsa stands for and the main objective of Recovery Day. So it's really good to see everyone.
Stigma has affected me on so many levels, particularly as a student, I would say service levels. So when I was in college years ago, asking for help felt like I wasn't a student anymore, if that makes any sense. All of the people that I put myself around were using quite often, drinking quite often. So it was very hard to see myself in that, to see, do I have an issue? Do I have a problem? Why are my friends able to stop and why am I not able to stop? Is there something wrong with me? So it made it harder to see if I actually wanted to get help or if I needed help. Because when people see me as a student, you know, oh, well, you're just having fun. You know, you're just doing your own thing. You're probably fine. So that was hard talking to service providers to see if I actually could get some help. Later on, when I started at Carleton, I was already in recovery. And I had been asked to go to some pubs and I had been asked to hang out with my fellow peers, and they were using and drinking. And at the time, I was okay with it personally, but it was still a very hard decision to make. And thankfully, most everyone was completely, like, they were amazing about it. But a lot of other people, especially in their early recovery, can be made to feel almost ashamed and stigmatized in a completely different manner of, well, why aren't you drinking? Why aren't you smoking this joint with me? Why are you doing this, that, and the other thing? And that is incredibly stigmatizing from the other angle, and not just peer pressure, but hey, this is a cultural expectation of you as a student. Why aren't you participating? It's an incredibly horrible experience for some. Thankfully, I had wonderful friends in school, and they were completely understanding, and they even asked me if it was okay, if I was comfortable. And that's my advice to anyone, is try to surround yourself with empathetic people like that. And thankfully, that did make the experience a lot better. All People, All Pathways, the name says exactly what it is. So it's peer support meetings for people who are either already, they could be in recovery, people questioning their substance use, friends and family of people who are struggling, people who are using and maybe want to cut down. Anyone is welcome. That's why it's All People, All Pathways. And so Carleton and Capsa have a continued partnership with a lot of different things, and that's one of them. We decided to start a meeting on campus. Also had a meeting for staff, which I think was incredibly important to realize that this is not a separate issue. Addiction and problematic or unhelpful substance use can affect anyone from any walk of life. Of course, it isn't important to get a student lens on it, student perspective, but it can happen to faculty, it can happen to staff, it can happen to doctors, nurses, police officers, anyone. As a person with lived experience, I am one of the peer facilitators. So what that means is it's not a group therapy type situation. In this particular aspect, I'm by no means a professional. I'm on the same level. I'm meeting you where you're at. I'm getting as much help from this as someone else who's coming to a meeting. So it's peers supporting each other. While they're not professionals in that sense, they are trained to make sure that we have a safe and non-judgmental space to talk about anything that you wish to talk about. The reason why it seems a little bit different, and for a lot of people is extremely helpful, is that you're talking with people that understand exactly what you're going through. Everyone has different experiences during their addiction or during substance use, what have you, but the thoughts and feelings remain often very similar or the same. And so when you're talking with someone that has those same feelings, you feel listened to, you feel a sense of, community and belonging, and that someone for possibly the first time can see who you truly are and truly understands what you're going through. And that is absolutely amazing. Capsa got the licensing to do some Zoom meetings. So we actually are now having meetings virtually every single week. The information is on the Carleton website. You can just even Google it. It'll show up, I promise you. And in terms of accessibility, you don't have to be in the Ottawa area to go to one of these meetings. So that was definitely a bonus to switch to online. You can be anywhere you want to be, and you can still come to one of these meetings.
Yeah, so Stigma Ends at CU is a campaign or a group on campus aimed at reducing and ultimately ending the stigma around substance use and addiction. So we are a student-led campaign, which I think is really important to get on the same level as our peers and understand their experience from the student perspective and how difficult that can be, how many stressors we're facing as well, in addition to personal substance use. So as a group, we offer supports and resources on campus. We try to be a mediator for people who are seeking other supports that we can offer them or provide them, whether that's on campus, online, off campus, whatever they need for their current situation. And ultimately, all of these initiatives are trying to have an open and honest conversation around substance use and addiction, and help people understand that it deserves the same parity and the same kind of conversation as anything else. And that's where we start to reduce the stigma and help the community feel supported. Over the past 10, 20 years, We've come a long way as far as reducing stigma around mental health, which is exceptional to see and very, very important and helpful. However, we're not treating substance use and addiction the same way. And that's the goal of Recovery Day, events like this, and what we're doing on campus for our fellow peers is to create that environment for people to speak openly and honestly about their experience so that they can access the supports and resources that they need if that's a path that they want to go down toward recovery. We need to address the fact that whether you choose to use substances or you choose not to use substances or wherever you lie on that spectrum, that's okay. And you're accepted in this community and in this environment. So we treated substance use as part of the student experience. However, recognizing when it's for pleasure and recreational as opposed to becoming problematic and starting to interfere with your daily commitments is something that we need to educate on and be more aware of so that students can recognize in themselves and in their peers where that line is. And it's blurry and it's hard to recognize and it's hard to step up and say, hey, I'm questioning my substance use or question a friend's substance use. But so long as we're talking about it, we'll all be more comfortable asking these questions. But we're trying to still maintain our social media presence and definitely taking advantage of the digital world right now. We're trying to adapt our services that we had previously on campus to online in some capacity and really honing on the education piece and the conversation. And we can still have that conversation even if it's not face-to-face. Now more than ever, it's really important to have this conversation and we still are excited to be a huge part of it. Thanks everyone for being here. We're really excited to have you part of Recovery Day and enjoy the rest of today.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello, my name is Denise Teal. I am a 4th year honors neuroscience and mental health student at Carleton University, and I'm currently the president of the Stigma Ends at CU campaign. So harm reduction is so important in the post-secondary setting because it's such a transitional time in students' lives. And harm reduction is necessary as it gives these individuals the tools to make the appropriate decision for themselves and their own experiences. So at the Stigma Ends at CU campaign, we offer a community that's working towards destigmatizing substance use and addiction. We've created a safe and judgment-free community that provides resources to students who are experiencing problematic substance use and a community that they can rely on. And we are targeting exactly where students are always, social media. And with that, our audience is very, very diverse. We have students from all different years and all different faculties. And these individuals include those who are lived and living experiences, those who are allies, and those who are just curious about their own use. And we form our conversations in a way that lends itself towards no one getting left behind and make sure it covers all bases. Anyway, happy Recovery Day, everyone. Thanks for
Hi everyone, Josh here. I'm a former placement student with the Umbrella Project at Algonquin College, and in cooperation with Recovery Day Ottawa, I just wanted to talk to you about harm reduction. So harm reduction is really important to talk about because by talking about it, we normalize it, just as binge drinking and smoking a midday joint is normalized in our culture. The more we talk about it, the more it becomes more accepting and the more comfortable people will be to approach someone if they are having concerns about their substance use.
Hi, my name is Jonna Spadafor and I'm a Residence Life Coordinator at Algonquin College Residence in Ottawa. This is my 5th academic year at Algonquin, and I can confidently say that the Umbrella Project has benefited Algonquin immensely and attributed to a culture change within the residents. We understand that these students are in college, and they will likely experiment with substances in their new residence home. And that's okay, because it's part of my role to ensure that they're educated in doing so safely. Through the Umbrella Project, we run various educational events for students on how to use substances safely. For example, upon cannabis legalization, we ran an event called Let's Talk About It to ensure students were educated on the safest uses of cannabis. My teammates and I go into every student conduct and support conversation with a judgment-free harm reduction lens. One example of a policy change we have implemented is 2 years ago, we started only allowing a 12-pack of beer or a 26-ouncer of alcohol into residents. The goal here was to reduce the likelihood of binge drinking. Over my time at Algonquin Residence, I have seen a culture change in substance use conversations and mental health conversations amongst both the staff and students. It doesn't work for everyone all the time, but I can say that I do think the Umbrella Project has made a significant positive impact on the Algonquin College residents community.
Hi, my name's Ross Seeger. I'm a special constable with Campus Safety Services. We recognize that there's students that come to the university with a wide range of backgrounds and lived experiences, many of which will experiment with drugs and alcohol. At Campus Safety Services, our first priority is to make sure the university community is safe and well supported. If you're a person who finds themselves in a situation where they're in need of help, know that we'll attend not as law enforcement officers, but as a human helping another human. We understand the impacts that social isolation has had on the university community, and that the fears and anxieties associated with COVID-19 are real. If you need help, please reach out. There's supports available on and off campus. Campus Safety Services is open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Meg Gilbertson, and I'm the Health Promotion Coordinator in the Carleton University community. Harm reduction is incredibly important in a post-secondary setting because it meets people where they're at. It's something that really resonates to me in my work in the public health space because respect is foundational. The Health Promotion team is a great resource for increasing knowledge and understanding around topics such as substance use, and we're a bridge to the many available services available through the Carleton and Greater Ottawa community. The most important thing we can collectively do to reduce stigma around substance use and mental health is to keep talking openly about these topics and experiences. Stigma and shame arise when we feel like we can't talk openly about these topics. And it is the collective work of the community to normalize these conversations so that anyone who's looking for support with substance use or their mental health feel comfortable coming forward. Health Promotion has shifted our student support from in-person programming and workshops to entirely online this school year. So you can stay connected with our work through the handle @Carleton Wellness on both Instagram and Facebook, or enroll in our virtual workshop through CU Learn by searching for student mental health and well-being. We're working to support topics like harm reduction and mental health in a variety of virtual spaces this year so that we can make sure that no one gets left behind.
Hi everybody, I'm Benoit Antoine Bacon. I'm a professor of psychology and president of Carleton University. I was also a substance user for a long time, and it's really important to me to support Capsa and Recovery Day Ottawa and all our efforts here at Carleton to break the stigma around substance use so that people can feel empowered to speak up and then get the help that they need and deserve, because no one has to suffer alone. Harm reduction, by its very nature, it's intended to meet people where they're at in acknowledgement and respect for their unique experience. And this is so important for us here at Carleton, given the diversity of our community. People come to us at all stages in their lives and from very different backgrounds. I've been sharing my own story on campus to help create a safe space for people to share their own, and I found that saying the truth, speaking the truth sets us free, and so does accepting other people's truths in our hearts. From the perspective of the user, substance use is not a problem. It's an attempted solution to the real problems, the deep problems of their lives. And here at Carleton, we continue the work that's being done in our award-winning Mental Health Framework 2.0 to promote well-being across our campus community. We're ensuring that we offer a very wide range of services to support students in a way that feels right to every person, as opposed to a one-size-fits-all approach. Two good examples are our 24/7 online service through Empower Me and our Therapy Dog program that is also online. We're proud to work with Recovery Day Ottawa to break the stigma around substance use and to promote harm reduction. This is always important, but especially so now as we continue to face the additional challenges of COVID-19. Everybody, please reach out, get the help that you need and deserve. Even with 7 arrows through the heart, healing is always possible.
Thanks to all the folks from Carleton University and all the changes that are taking place to increase health and student life. Next, we have, we're going to the corporate world. We're going to KPMG, and Canada's only, hopefully not forever, not for long, Canada's only Chief Mental Health Officer, Denis Trottier, and I sat down and talked about mental health, the importance of community. Anyways, let's see what Denis has to say. Well, it's Recovery Day Ottawa 2020. Here this afternoon with Denis Trottier from KPMG, and he's the Chief Mental Health Officer, the first one in Canada, and as far as we know, the only one still in Canada. And we're going to have a discussion around mental health in the workplace, resiliency, family members, taking care of each other. Denis.
Well, first of all, thank you for including me as part of your presentation. I mean, any opportunity I get to help organizations continue to move the knowledge dial around mental health, I welcome that. It makes, it's what it's all about, right? I don't feel so alone anymore. During COVID, I've actually found one more person through LinkedIn in Australia and a big bank that's a chief mental health officer. So in Canada, to my knowledge, I'm still the only one who has the title, but to me, it's not about the title, it's more about taking action in this space. You know, our firm didn't create my position because we don't have an amazing HR team. I mean, we have an amazing team of HR professionals, but as you and I know in this space, mental health is a very small component of what an HR professional does. So I think when you take somebody, and my unique role is my lens, I have one lens, it's a mental health lens. So if you got to do something in a role, where do you start? You know, you look at benefits, you look at support networks, you look at training, and instinctively, people, just like your organization, kind of find you somehow, and they're curious about the role. And I thought extending my learning to be able to play this role, because I'm a semi-retired enterprise private company tax audit partner. So some people kind of go, you know, how did this guy have the knowledge? Obviously, having a lived experience gives you some credibility, but I think just by osmosis almost, and things are changing so fast right now in this space. It's an exciting time to be working in this space, especially with COVID. Like, to me, COVID has basically opened the door. You know, people who were sort of hanging out the windows of the bus, they didn't really believe mental health was health. Now they are being challenged in a way never challenged before. So it's made my role of non-believers, or maybe parents not being so good in the circle of care, realizing that, hey, this is real, right?
And I was going to touch on your career a bit there, because it doesn't sound like you had planned or had a career path to being the chief mental health officer. And so what experience led you to have these conversations and become this advocate, you know?
13 years ago, if somebody would have told me that someday I'd be doing an interview here with you, I would have said, yeah, like I think the true meanings of things happen for a reason. It is my journey, you know. I think you've seen the video that the Royal did on me, which, you know what, I never thought anybody would watch that video. You know, personally, not that I'm an accountant in counting, I've watched it 152 times, and I still cry each time I see it. For one reason is that I see the living hell that somebody suffering puts their family through, i.e. your partner. So it's my journey, just, you know, after being brave enough to finally get help and asking for help, which to me is the first step to recovery, right? Like, the hardest thing I always tell people that I support that you're ever going to do is ask for help. After that, it becomes easier, right? Yeah. So just naturally, you know, after I was back at work and all of that, just people having known that Denis suffered through clinical depression would kind of reach out to Denis, you know, from all across the country. So that kind of made me realize that sharing, putting my story out there had a huge difference. So I started doing that back in 2014. I was on our Inclusion and Diversity Council, which is kind of where our mental health focus came out of. You know, one of our pillars is around mental health and people bringing their whole selves to work. Yeah. So the role kind of evolved from there to the point that the Royal Ottawa Inspiration Award, a young lady actually in our office here in Ottawa wanted to nominate my spouse and I for this award. And I remember the night we went to her house and I saw this write-up and I thought, yeah, this looked pretty good. Driving home, my wife and I, you know, we said, let us think about it. My wife and I kind of said, you know what, let her nominate us. We'll never win this thing anyway, right? But just goes to show the stigma and a lot of it being self-imposed. It was kind of like, does Denis Trottier, Mr. KPMG Enterprise, want the whole business community that he suffered, right? So go to the gala, which I've seen you at before, and I'll never forget the night of that award, and I think it speaks highly to our discussion here today in that there were 3 winners. And I will always say that the other 2 were way more deserving than myself and my spouse Yolande will ever be. Why? Multiple addictions, had slept on benches and so on, right? But just to go to show the stigma and is that I remember when the videos of the other 2 award recipients were playing, people weren't even listening. You know, it's the typical rubber chicken dinner where there's noise and people, and then boom, Denis comes on and it was dead quiet. And I often refer that's sort of where the turning point where I became the poster boy for the Royal Ottawa and the journey kind of grew from there, that now the Royal invites me to their strategic retreats to know what the hell corporate world is doing. So happens for a reason, because I grew up in Northern Ontario where, you know, school teachers used to tell us in the schoolyard, if you didn't behave, we're going to send you to North Bay. And we knew there was a psychiatric hospital in North Bay, so we were scared, right? Yeah. We didn't know what we didn't know, right? But education is key in this space, right?
Absolutely, and I think, you know, you were talking about that internalized stigma, you know, and that idea, well, where do we internalize it from? What were the messages?
Yeah.
And I'm going to say, at the time, right, they were just careless words by someone hoping to get the kids to quieten down.
Yes.
Not realizing that 20 years later, someone would be suffering in silence because they thought it would be bad if they weren't well.
Yeah, you got it.
For some of us who have slept outdoors and indoors, is that finding no comfort in a comfortable chair can be a devastating experience. And that devastation that people experience who are in homes, have cars, money in the bank, and aren't supposed to be unwell and have that weight of expectation of self, right? Can be a burden. You know, the guy on the bench may be dreaming, if I had a house, I'd be okay. But the person in the house doesn't have that dream to hold on to. I've got everything I'm supposed to have, and I'm not okay. And so we really, you know, it's an interesting place to find ourselves in, that these conditions just bust down doors and break hearts in homes.
Housing First, right? That's one program that CMHA has that I love, you know, like getting people in lodging so that, and then supporting them with the resources, opening a bank account, finding employment so that you don't have a place to sleep. It's one of the wheels in the clogs of your overall wellness, right?
Well, and sometimes, like yourself, right, we discovered that although our stories may be a sad experience in our own lives, it turns out they may be a rich experience when I go to help my community.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so, you know, and you see how hungry the community is for that help.
Yeah, we're not looking for sympathy. I think that's a good point, right? Like when I put the video out there, I you know, when somebody comes and said, "Oh, poor you," it's not about that. It's no poor you. In fact, I'm a strong believer that if somebody hits a mental health speed bump younger in their life versus older, they will probably grow stronger from it and develop coping mechanisms that, you know, I see people close to retirement, they're hitting their first speed bump, and if they don't believe and their education's not there, they really think it's their work doing this to them and they just retire early, right? Which I haven't in 3 years found anybody where it was clearly work doing this to them, right? Stress does not equal a mental health disorder. Long periods of improperly managed stress could lead to, right? But everybody thinks it's work doing it to them.
Well, and then the stress is not working, and so people leave work because they're stressed and find out that it's actually my inability to manage stress.
Yeah, you got it.
And now I have this new stress because I've lost my identity in terms of my business card and my role in the community, and so it can go downhill quickly.
Yeah.
Hi everyone. So up next we have one of our community partners, the Montfort Renaissance. They offer a continuum of care for francophone speakers, and so they offer a bunch of services to improve overall well-being, and here they are.
Hello, I'm Steve Vachon, Director of the Service Access to Recovery, or SAR. If you're struggling with addictions and you're seeking help, the SAR is how you can start your journey. SAR is one of Montfort Renaissance's programs and was formerly known as ORS. At SAR, our job is to provide you with a professional assessment, and based on this assessment and your own recovery goals, we will refer you directly to one of the many programs offered in the Ottawa region and even outside if necessary. Since we're funded by the local health integration network of Champlain, our services are free, and we will refer you to treatment programs that are also free, even residential programs. We have partnerships with all of the Ottawa region treatment programs, community services, and hospitals where you can directly be referred to start your recovery journey. Just give us a call at 613-241-5202. Now let me introduce you to Yannick, one of our very competent navigators, who will tell you what will happen when you contact us.
When you contact us, you'll be provided with a clinic appointment where you will need to present yourself in person. When you get here, you will be welcomed and brought here to our group room to fill out some documents. Then, a navigator will meet with you privately to evaluate high-risk factors and make immediate referrals if required, such as the Withdrawal Management Center. A nurse practitioner is also available on site for primary care needs. We will provide information, education, and resources accessible to you right away. If required, we will complete a thorough assessment to match your needs with the best treatment option available, where we will refer you directly. When the assessment is completed, the navigator will help you choose the best course of action for your recovery by presenting and explaining the different treatment options that could suit your needs. A referral plan will then be established, and the reference will be directly sent to the treatment option that will have been selected. The navigator will remain available to you or your family for any questions, concerns, or support while you are waiting to attend services. Don't hesitate to call us in confidence at 613-241-5202.
Bonjour, je suis Steve Vachon, directeur du service d'accès au rétablissement, ou le SAR. Si vous êtes aux prises avec des problèmes de dépendance et que vous recherchez de l'aide, le SAR est le point de départ pour accéder au traitement et au soutien qui vous aideront à vous rétablir. Le SAR est l'un des programmes de Montfort Renaissance, qui était auparavant connu sous le nom de SATO. Au SAR, notre travail consiste à vous fournir une évaluation professionnelle et à partir de cette évaluation et de vos propres objectifs de rétablissement, nous allons vous référer directement vers l'un des nombreux programmes offerts dans la région d'Ottawa et même à l'extérieur, si nécessaire. Étant donné que nous sommes financés par le réseau local d'intégration des services de santé de Champlain, nos services sont gratuits et les programmes vers lesquels nous allons vous référer sont également gratuits, même les programmes résidentiels. Nous avons des partenariats avec la majorité des programmes de traitement, des services communautaires et des hôpitaux de la région d'Ottawa. Et pour accéder à ces services de traitement, vous n'avez qu'à nous appeler au 613-241-5202. Permettez-moi maintenant de vous présenter l'une de nos navigatrices très compétentes qui vous expliquera comment nous pouvons vous aider.
Lorsque vous nous contactez, on vous donne rendez-vous à la clinique à l'intérieur de quelques jours où vous devrez vous présenter en personne. Vous serez alors accueillis et emportés ici, dans notre salle de groupe pour remplir certains documents. Ensuite, un navigateur vous rencontrera en privé pour évaluer les facteurs de risque et effectuer des références immédiates, si nécessaire, vers le centre de gestion du sevrage d'Ottawa, par exemple. Une infirmière praticienne est aussi disponible sur place pour vos besoins en soins primaires. Nous vous fournirons de l'information, du soutien et des ressources dès votre première rencontre. Si nécessaire, nous effectuerons une évaluation plus approfondie pour identifier l'option de traitement qui conviendrait le mieux à vos besoins et vos objectifs de rétablissement. Nous vous expliquerons les différentes options de traitement disponibles qui s'offrent à vous, puis nous enverrons une référence directement vers le programme de traitement qui aurait été choisi. Le navigateur restera à votre disposition pour toute question, préoccupation ou assistance pendant que vous attendez pour être admis au traitement où vous avez été référé. N'hésitez pas à nous appeler en toute confiance au 613-241-5202.
Thanks, Vermont Renaissance. Next, we've got some music, but I just want to give you a preamble here. We've got live stream music coming on later tonight. We got music from Halifax singer-songwriters. We're going to have more of the twin flames. So hang in there. And yes, we did guess that some of you might come and go. Take a break, have a snack, come back. We'll see you. And who's the twin flames?
The word Inuk or Inuit means the people. It means human, but it also means to be alive. To truly be human is to let go of color, social class, and political views. To be human is to respect one another equally. That is the utopia to dream for. One world, one love.
Hausi hakunga bitu hakjome iwuli pavno atala tumi tigo makunga kayusi naqara angayo kakanuru khayawlama. I have a language that was born with time, passed on through generations, one of a kind. Keep it close to me, close to my heart, share for all to hear. I will do my part. Upigo so bunga. I am proud. Inogama of who I am. I am human.
Our languages from the animals, from the trees, yet we cut them down. Many things have been taken from our people, yet we are still here. Our languages are not lost, but simply resting, waiting to be reawakened.
We are human.
Shadows is a song about living life with an active addiction. The struggle, the pain, the shame, and the need to hide away from the world. It touches on the wanting to stop, but not feeling strong or worthy enough. This song was important for me to write because it was finally time for me to share my story. I have found my path to recovery and have been living my life this way for 14 years now. It took a long time and inner reflection to write this song, and I hope it speaks to all those who struggle with addiction. I encourage anyone wanting to change their life to reach out and accept the help that surrounds us. Choose a life no longer in the shadows.
Got a bad habit of thinking this world is out to get me, Easy to look down and judge me, but you don't really know me. That's why I never let you in. And I'm tired of drowning, always on my own. You sent me a life raft, but it can't take me home. And I'm tired of hiding, I can't find myself. You sent me a life raft, but I'm still scared as hell. And I'm still drowning. I'm slowly sinking. I hope that things will change. I feel it slipping. No, I can't stay the same. Got a bad habit of running. Death is at my doorstep, like a moth to flame. So sick and tired of feeling my only strength is weakness. Can't seem to numb the pain. And the water's rising, calling out for help. You send me a life raft, but I'm still scared as hell. I hope that things will change. I feel it slipping. No, I can't stay the same.
Hi everyone, welcome back. We just wanted to take this opportunity to give a shout out to Recovery Day Halifax.
And of course, Recovery Day Victoria on the West Coast. Woohoo!
I believe I'm on my way to wellness. Then, some days I find that somehow I'm heading in the wrong direction again, even though I've been doing my best to reroute my brain to have different responses to stress in my life. Having a substance use disorder was never a conscious choice I made. They tell me it could be the result of trauma or genetics or something else. All I know is that I struggle to stop taking substances despite the negative consequences. Of course, I want to have a better life, but I don't know how long it will take me to get there or exactly what it will look like. I'm just finding out some of the challenges I have. I know that some people make changes faster than others, and that each person's wellness looks different. Some people seem to get to their wellness place and stay there. Others come and go as their life unfolds. Me, I keep hitting roadblocks on my way there. Sometimes I head in the completely wrong direction and need a full U-turn. Many people have stopped helping me when I do. If only they remembered that addiction is a medical condition that affects my brain and decision-making, and if only I remembered, I could hold a steadier path. That's one of the challenges I face. I want to reach my place of wellness as much as they want me to get there. I know that life there will be less unpredictable for me and for them, but telling me that I have to get there by a certain time or by a certain route doesn't help. Imposing a deadline for arrival doesn't mean I'll meet it. It just gives people a false sense of control and makes me wonder why they have criteria for showing compassion to a person with a medical condition. I don't tell anyone who is ill what time they should get well by. I just hope they do and try to help them however they need help now. I've seen people stopping to help drivers with a flat tire or an empty tank of gas. They stayed until help arrived to be sure the driver was safe and could get back on the road. There was no judgment or disappointment about driving over a nail or running out of gas. I wish people would do the same for me when I hit bumps that slow me down or lose steam along the way. I wish people understood that finding my pathway to wellness will take me a lot longer if I'm walking alone.
Here from Victoria, beautiful Victoria on Mount Tommy. Happy Recovery Day! Our Active Recovery Society is hosting Victoria Recovery Day again this year, and we just want to say thank you. I'm one of the board members of Michelle. Hello, Ottawa. I'm Diana from Victoria, celebrating Recovery Day in our beautiful city. I've been volunteering for 4 years, and it's just, I'm 4 years awesomely recovering, and Victoria is beautiful, and I just want to thank you all, and for us to be part of your Recovery Day, and big shout out to Ottawa. Yay! Hey! Yay, Ottawa! Yay!
Ottawa, welcome to beautiful Victoria. My name is Alexa, and I'm hanging out with the Victoria Recovery Day crew. Well, we put on a show every year, but this year is a little different because of COVID. And so I'm so glad that Ottawa could invite us to be a part of their event this year. So our theme today is not just surviving, but thriving. So we're getting it done here in Victoria, and have a happy Recovery Day, Ottawa.
Happy Recovery Day, Ottawa from Victoria. Michelle, myself,
And Alexa.
And Alexa. We're celebrating Recovery Day
Here on Mount Tommy.
Yay, Victoria. Yay, Ottawa. Thank you. Big shout out.
Of course.
Yeah, it's windy and it's cold out here, but Recovery Day is what it is, and it's helping many, many people, and we just love to try support. I've been sporting for 4 years with these beautiful ladies, and it's kept me sober for 4 years, and I am forever grateful. Thank you, Ottawa, for letting us be a part of this, your Recovery Day.
And also, not that you're fretting, the rest of our board couldn't be here tonight, but way to go, guys. Thank you so much.
Bye, Ottawa.
Bye, Ottawa. Have a good Recovery Day.
Happy recovery.
Everybody, good to be back with you. We've got a few more hours to go here, but I just want to do a shout out for a couple things now. We want to say thank you to our sponsors, CCSA, the Royal Ottawa Hospital and Mental Health Center, EHN, some other folks. The list is pretty long. We had to go with donations today, but if you go on our website, you'll see our sponsorship list. We want to do a shout out to Ottawa Special Events, shout out to Extension Marketing, a big shout out to Smoke and Felt, who's been doing our social media for the last couple of years and getting messages out to you. So thanks for that. And now we have a series of messages from different community partners that were able to send us a tape. Here you go.
Hi, I'm Deirdre. At Shepherds of Good Hope, we welcome people every day who come from all walks of life to utilize our services. Many are experiencing homelessness and they need our help. They're often struggling with substance use, with mental health challenges, and with so much trauma in their lives. They are often stigmatized in our community, and this is something that we care about a lot at Shepherds of Good Hope. Recovery Day Ottawa is all about recognizing that and helping to reduce and end stigma in our community. We would love you to work with us as a community. This is something we all need to care about. We need kindness, compassion, empathy, and all of us need to work together to assist those who need us most. Please, on Recovery Day and every day thereafter, help us end stigmatization in Ottawa.
Lakot Sego Tanse. Greetings from Wabano to Capsa, Recovery Day, and all the committee members who are making sure that we're still reaching the community during COVID-19 and reaching those members who might be struggling at this time with addictions and staying sober and feeling the loneliness. We're thinking of you. Wabano is here for our community and we'd be happy to see you. And we're wishing everybody to have a great Recovery Day. Thank you, Capsa, for putting this on. Thank you for the committee for all of your hard work. And a big chimagwech to Capsa and for their donation to Wabano to help us get through this time and support our community. It is much appreciated. We appreciate our allies and our friends, and we're thinking of you today. Take care.
Ulakud, Unisakut, everyone. My name is Kevin Kitswalik. I'm an addiction counselor and team lead for the addictions team here in Wabano. I'd like to tell you a little bit about the services that we're still offering at Wabano. All of our services at Wabano are culturally based. Addiction counseling services are being held in person or over the phone. If you choose in person, you will be screened at our clinic and proper safety protocols are in place so you can feel peace of mind. If you're thinking of going to treatment, our staff at Wabano will make sure your referral gets to the right place. In addition to our addiction counselors, we also have case managers who can help you with your identification needs or advocacy needs. We're also excited to mention that we have well-bridey groups currently running. There's 5 of them in total. 3 of them are virtual and 2 of them are in person. And again, with the proper safety protocols in place. If you feel like you just need someone to talk to, we are here. We have a walk-in counseling services available, but please call first to see if there's space available to chat. Walk-in services are booked for the same day. You can also connect with us via counselingconnect.org. That's counseling with 2 L's. Our phone number, 613-748-0657. Call us, connect with our mental wellness branch, and we'll connect you with somebody that can help you.
Hey everybody, Dr. John Weeks here. I hope you're enjoying Recovery Day Ottawa, the pandemic edition. And I really hope you're staying healthy, safe, and as happy as you can be during these very trying times. It's an incredible honor for me to be part of Recovery Day Ottawa yet again. As some of you may know or remember, I'm a long-time supporter of those in recovery. And as a scientist, I've really devoted my career to helping those who are struggling with mental health and addictions issues. Today, I'm dialing into you from my office in downtown Guelph, where I'm the executive director of the Homewood Research Institute, and I'm equally excited to be joining this an amazing team of scientists and trainees. And I want to tell you a little bit about what we do and some of the recent research that we've been generating from the group. We have some of the most influential and talented scientists in Canada who are absolutely devoted to helping those who are struggling with substance use disorders. And so we're a nonprofit organization, we're charity, we're not in to make money, we're into the business of helping people, and that's our commitment, as you can see from our little logo there on the sign behind me. I want to touch on some of the research that has come out recently from our group, just to show as an example of the important research that this team takes on. A recent study that was done last year, where participants in intervention programs, inpatient programs, were followed out into the community following the close of treatment. And one of the things that the team found was for those people who got involved in additional support services and involvement like continuum of care or aftercare after treatment, they were much less likely to relapse and fall back into their previous patterns of use. So it's really important for us to knock down those barriers, to get rid of stigma and make sure that you participate as best you can in aiding with that. I know so many of you who are tuning in today, and because I've talked with so many of you over the years, are committed to this. If you're committed, what more could you be doing? If you're new to this, let's talk about what you could be doing, because truly this is not going to change until society starts changing its attitudes about how you think about another person, how you characterize them, refer to them, but it's got to come from your heart. Stigma ended with me a long time ago, and I hope it's ending with you as well. And let's all work together to, as the saying goes, say this: stigma ends with me. I hope you have a wonderful time. Thanks so much to Gord Garner and the gang at Capsa for putting this on yet again, and everybody who's in the Ottawa area and beyond who's doing an amazing job to support people in recovery. And it's my commitment as the executive director of the Homewood Research Institute. The scientific team here is equally committed to supporting and helping you with evidence-based research that really makes a difference for people's lives. Stay happy and healthy and safe. Bye-bye. Hope to see you again soon.
You've reached Miriam. I'm an addictions counselor, and I've been working there at the Royal for about 14 years. And I've run groups throughout that time and learned so much about the patients, clients with addiction issues. It's a privilege. They have such deep stories, all individual situations, so much determination, perseverance, so much intelligence, so much to give our world, and talent, you name it. If you can just reach beyond the label, as Capsa's really promoting, and the stigma, I think not only will you be helping the individual that you might be in contact with, but I think it'll help yourself be more compassionate towards yourself and others, and in doing so, just create a better world all around. So thank you, Capsa and Stigma.
Hi everyone, Liz again from Recovery Day Ottawa. So I am supposed to give you a poster update, so I will. We received a whopping 8 beautifully decorated, colored posters, and guess what? Everyone's a winner. So 8 of these individuals, all 8 rather, will receive a COVID kit bag. They will also receive a Tim Horton gift card. They will also receive a donation. They'll let us know which charity they would like their donation to be made to in their name. And what else? Oh, that's not it. Okay, if you're still watching, which of course you are, let us know this. Email us, info@capsa.ca. Let us know you're watching and that you too would like a COVID-19 kit bag. We'll send it off to you. Include, please, your name and your address. That is, of course, if you're living in Ottawa. All right?
Good evening, Recovery Day Ottawa. My name is Jules Melanson. I am co-founder and co-chair of Recovery Day Halifax. With me, we have...
I'm Kevin Clark, the co-chair of Recovery Day Halifax.
We're so very honored to be here today, to be a part of your awesome day. But before we get started, and we'll tell you more about what we have going on this evening, we want to acknowledge that we live in Mi'kma'ki, the unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq people and the Wabanaki Confederacy. This land is covered by the Peace and Friendship Treaties. By living and working in this territory, you have accepted the responsibilities of seeking peace, friendship, and harmonious and mutually beneficial relationships with Indigenous people. We are all treaty people. We also recognize that the African Nova Scotian community have also called this territory home for centuries and have also been marginalized on this land. We acknowledge the resilience of both of these groups in the face of systemic oppression as we work to create a more equitable system. Again, so very happy and honored to be here with you today and to share in your beautiful day. We do have, we're going to be sharing some of our musical acts that we actually had at our first annual event last weekend. Tell us a little bit more about that, Kevin.
Thanks, Jules. Yeah, we hope you're enjoying your evening so far, folks. And we've got some great performers, 3 musical acts that we really think you're going to enjoy. We really hope you enjoy. First up tonight, we have Pillow Fight. Pillow Fight is an alt-folk group from Halifax, Nova Scotia, formed by Art Ross and Aaron Green. They came together over texting song ideas during the COVID lockdown. They draw on influences from Phoebe Bridges and Snail Mail. Pillow Fight uses confessional, matter-of-fact lyrics over intricate guitar arrangements. The duo's vastly different musical approaches complement each other to produce sweet yet biting songs about road trips, queer love, and mental health. Pillow Fight is currently in production for their first record, due out in 2021. Awesome. And here they are. We hope you enjoy. Thanks.
Hi, we are Pillow Fight, and we are here to play you some songs. 1, 2, 3, 4. You left my house, your hair on my sheets, but your covers were pulled overneath. Couldn't breathe in amongst the crowd, just in case our heartbeat's too loud. I'm tongue-tied and I'm knocking on wood. Tongue-tied and I'm still understood. Tongue-tied and I'm knocking on wood. Tongue-tied and I'm still understood. Well, I know it's not the fashion to feel this way to start, and the claws get their scratch on when we're countries apart. And I know it's not the real deal, 'cause I'm trying to play it cool, and I'm paralyzed by the feels, and I know I'm playing the fool. I'm playing the fool. I'm playing the fool. Playing the fool. The walls talk, you say it's just drinks, but your eyes, I can't even blink. The other ones, I can't even see. Young, hot, bold, they he or she. I'm tongue-tied and I'm knocking on wood. Tongue-tied and I'm still understood. Tongue-tied and I'm knocking on wood. Tongue-tied and I'm still understood. Well, I know it's not the fashion to feel this way to start, and the claws get their scratch on when we're countries apart. And I know it's not the real deal, 'cause I'm trying to play it cool, and I'm paralyzed by the feels, and I know I'm playing the fool. I'm playing the fool. I'm playing the fool. Playing the fool. Oh shit, not this again. Why didn't I learn my lesson? Why didn't I stop when I should? Why didn't I stop when I could? I'm tongue-tied and I'm knocking on wood. Tongue-tied and I'm still understood. Tongue-tied and I'm knocking on wood. Tongue-tied and I'm still understood. it's not the fashion to feel this way to start, and the claws get their scratch on. We're countries apart, and I know it's not the real deal. I'm trying to play it cool, and I'm paralyzed by the feels, and I know I'm playing the fool. I'm playing the fool. I'm playing the fool. Playing the fool. I'm playing the fool. I'm playing the fool. Playing the fool. Playing the fool. Thank you. Recovery Day Ottawa, thank you so much for having us. We are Pillow Fight. We are a new band. We only really started a few months ago in quarantine when we didn't really have much else to do. I'm Art Ross, and this is Aaron Green. I'm also very new at performing, so I tend to not be able to tune and talk at the same time, so this might be a little awkward. It's good. Okay. Ready? Great. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sorry. Again, very new. 1, 2, 3, 4. The stupid things you make me do, the awkward words I say to you. We drive around town without a clue, finding a place that looks all new. And keep me here beneath the trees, away from the crowded streets, on the damp bench so we did see. Let our love fall like the leaves. And go back to the time that we first met. I was too young and you were wet. In that small bar, the stage was set. In the one moment I wouldn't regret. Hey, can I borrow your phone? I'm sorry, Mom, I'm not coming home. As we sang along to that punk song. And go back to the time that we first met. I was too young and you were wet. In that small bar, the stage was set. In the one moment I wouldn't regret. Black ink against your arm, your green eyes that caused me harm, but you were there to keep me warm, to keep me warm, warm, to keep me warm, to keep me warm. And go back to the time that we first met. I was too young and you were wet. In that small bar, the stage was set. Go back to the time that we first met. I was too young and you were wet. In that small bar, the stage was set. Go back to the time that we first met. I was too young and you were wet. In that small bar, the stage was set. In the one moment I wouldn't regret. Awesome. Thank you. The next song I want to play is definitely very personal to me. I wrote it a few months ago, where I was having a relapse in my disorder, and I thought it was a very normal thing to skate from the south end of Halifax up to the Oval at midnight on roller skates. And so I wanted to write a song that kind of poses the disorder as an abusive partner, and kind of how to fight back. So I hope this maybe you could relate. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4. I knew you'd always come for me, chasing me down, brow sweating when it happens, and you punch and kick me around. Well, it's another field. You buried away, and I'm sad to see you leave, but please don't stay. That time running right back to me. No one even knows you. Your secrets with us. And for those acquainted, our shines have gone to rust. That time running right back to me. That time running right back to me. On a lucky Tuesday, we were living the morning, and without warning, you picked up and left. On a lucky Tuesday, we were living the morning, and without warning, you picked up and left. You just walked in here, kidnap my loves. One day it's a tongue kiss, the next is a shove. That time running right back to me. 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 That time running, that time running, that time running back to me. you. Now I get to relax for a second. Aaron's going to play the guitar for me. So we have 2 other songs. This one song I wrote during quarantine. Oh, thanks. I wrote during quarantine, where I had just moved in with my partner, and then quarantine started in Nova Scotia. And I got to know them really, really, really well. So I hope you like it. I think a lot of people maybe really got to know their roommates and partners a little bit more.
And bandmates.
And bandmates, yeah. Linger around me, one room, one start. Even forced, it feels strange to be apart. And we're not doing anything, just scrolling on our phones. Melt into the bed, bodies soft and warm. I know the shapes of words that come from your eyes. Burned in my head is your boredom sighs. Stuck between walls with you, but there's charm in that. Noon to night in my own habitat. Copious amounts of tea, a 10-pound barbell. Sea creatures tickling, crabs in a shell. And we're not going anywhere, not anytime fast. I strangely wish this time with you would always last. I know the shapes of words that come from your eyes. Burned in my head is your boredom sighs. Stuck between walls with you, but there's charm in that. Noon to night in my own habitat. Draped over each other, talking to another. Our needs are covered in one ear, out the other. Aaron Green, everybody. I know the shapes of words that come from your eyes. Oh, burned in my head is your boredom sighs. Stuck between walls with you, but there's charm in that. Noon to night in my own habitat. In my habitat. In my habitat. In my habitat. Awesome. Thanks. Ah, it's tuned and everything. All right, thank you again so much. Yes. Thank you again, Recovery Day Ottawa, for having us. We are so thrilled to be here. If you like what you hear, please check us out on Instagram, pillowfight_the_band. This is our last song. Hopefully see you around. 1, 2, 3, 4. You were like a yellow light in a sea of introverts. No one needs to know how weird you are, like you only have like 2 t-shirts. Your body's filled with landmines that I wanna stroke and kiss. I need a map to see my path. I hope there aren't paths that I missed. Change is here and we must try. Appreciate the little and just waste time. Let's make breakfast and I'll give you head, and live out existence in someone else's bed. In someone else's bed. You haven't seen like any movies, not even Dargo. Can I be your bad world, your Polo to my Marco? Change is here and we must try. Appreciate the little and just waste time. Let's make breakfast and I'll give you head, and live out existence in someone else's bed. In someone else's bed. Change is here and we must try. Appreciate the little and just waste time. Let's make breakfast and I'll give you head, and live out existence in someone else's bed. 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 Thank you.
Well, it looks like I'm back on, maybe. Is that right? Well, everybody, it's not a wrap yet. We got some more music coming. We got the rest of the Denis Trottier interview. 4 or 5? Oh, look at that. We got a schedule, and I'm off the schedule for the first time today. Thanks, Justin. Justin's the guy in the booth who's been doing all the coordinating here and keeping me in line. Let's bust some stigma. We got 4 videos here to smash stigma and take a look at what it looks like when it's internalized, what it looks like when you hear it outside in your own ears. Pay attention. Person first language. Roll 'em.
Email us at info@capsa.ca.
Get a load of the loser lineup at the liquor store. There needs to be a bus that pulls up. First drink is on the house losers, then drops them out of town where they belong.
I line up for coffee with working people. Meanwhile, these zoo animals are lining up with our tax dollars to get drunk.
Hey, did you guys see they're putting up a new high-rise over there?
How was the workday? It was a living nightmare. We were all in the same car going to a meeting. My coworkers started shaming the folks outside the liquor store. You know, when I was struggling, I stayed inside and had my bottles delivered. Didn't make me better or worse than any of those folks. We all couldn't stop hurting ourselves. The worst is when I saw this guy Bill I used to go to university with. He was one of the people looking desperate in front of the store. I felt embarrassed for him, ashamed at my silence. I didn't know what to say. These people are our friends and family, you know?
Mom, we are so proud of you and the changes you've made. I know I'm not supposed to talk about your experience because of the stigma, but I have a friend who could really use some help in a situation like this.
I just don't get why it's like this. I'd speak up if I knew what to say without hurting you.
The new Human Resources Department just held a lunch and learn on substance use disorder, talking about stigma as a barrier to caring for people and the importance of using what's called person-first language. I now know how to speak about people using substances or who have substance use disorder without shaming or judging the person. Here's the issue. I haven't done it yet. We might find it easier to speak up next time if we try this language out.
If you really cared about anyone but yourself, you'd stop being a useless addict.
You promised you'd never do that again. Stop saying it'll be different this time. It never is. You're just a loser.
You're so stupid. How are you gonna pay the bills? What are you gonna do? Do you give a crap about anything?
You're a waste of breath. Don't tell me you care. There's no proof. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you!
I can't stand the sight of you.
If you think that name calling and shaming us is going to help,
we want you to know.
We've tried that already. It doesn't work.
The day my life changed, I met someone who said they knew I cared. That maybe I just needed to learn how to change, not how to care.
I always remember the feeling of being understood for the first time. Acceptance.
Once I realized that my brain had been hijacked and I wasn't thinking straight, I started working and changing the way that my mind works. It wasn't long before my life changed as well.
I'm still struggling. I now see that the me in me is doing the best to change my life. Not giving up and doing my best today, even though people don't always understand. It's better because now more people talk to me like a person. That's good. It helps, because I am one.
Hi, I'm Gord Garner from Capsa. Language is a powerful tool in helping people with substance use disorders. Please choose person-first language. Speak about the person. Help reduce the suffering. You can make a difference here in Canada for your friends, your family, your neighbors, your community. For more information on how to use person-first language, go to our website, www.capsa.ca/resources. I want to say thanks in advance. I know that you want to make a difference.
Hi, I'm William. I'm a person, and I would like you to join me in person-first language. When we use person-first language, we reduce stigma, and when we reduce stigma, we create opportunities for well-being.
It's Gord from Community Addictions Peer Support Association here today, and you'll notice now we're talking about person-first language, and I'm going to show you a little story about why we do that. So I want you to know that there is research, evidence-based research, that shows that language matters and does actual harms. We don't want you to be more polite. We want you, and I want myself, to stop hurting people we care about in our communities and in our neighborhoods, in our families, and in our friends by the language that we use. Let me show you how that works. Here's the person. Here's substances and behaviors attached to substance use. When we just only talk about the substances and the behaviors, and we actually label the person by that, it's really hard to see the person anymore. And of course, we're always talking about what has been, not what can be. The person themselves gets that into their own heads, that they are their behaviors, that they are the substances they use, that somehow that's their identity. How is anything ever going to change? It's not the first time we've had this discussion in Canada, though. We've just gone through this with mental health over the last 10 years. It is really important that we continue to see and speak about people and respect them for who they are and the conditions they may or may not be struggling with today.
My name is William, and I'm living well with substance use disorder.
My name is Cindy, and I'm a person.
I'm a person, and I used to call myself names, and so did society.
I'm Jackson Allen, and I'm a person.
Please join me in using person-first language.
Thanks, everybody. I'm going to be leaving in a couple of minutes so I can watch the rest of the show myself. I want to say thank you to everybody who's been with us during the day, who's with us at this time and place. All those who are considering using person-first language going forward. But I do have a special shout-out. It's to Emma and Ava, Danny's twin daughters, who just sent in their poster. And I want to remind everybody else, send in your posters. We'll be back with you on Monday, responding. We'll make sure everybody who sends a poster in is going to get a kit bag and a thanks. And Emma and Eva, I can't say how wonderful it was to get your posters. So thanks very much. Recovery Day Ottawa, all people, all pathways, kindness, compassion, humanity. Ocean to Ocean today. Victoria, BC, with a shout out from Michelle and her friend. Jules in Nova Scotia, you, we're all the people that are going to make the difference. I've never thought I could do very much, but I'm convinced that all of us can do a great deal a little bit at a time. I also want to give a shout out to Canadian Association of Safer Supply, Jordan out west. It was wonderful to have your participation in social media today, all our community partners, Carleton University, Algonquin College, so many people. Ottawa Public Health, reaching together, all having a role for this. Wendy, Muckle, you got my unending appreciation for all your efforts, and all the clients and friends that participated in Wendy's award ceremony. Thank you very much for being part of this. And I want to end on two notes. We're going to show some of our music from out east, which of course is the heartland of our singer-songwriter community here in Canada. Unless you're from the West, in which case that's the heartland of the singer-songwriter community in Canada. Anyways, we love our music in Canada. And we're going to finish the evening with the rest of the Denis Chache video. And I think that speaks of reaching from the boardroom to the main street, from ocean to ocean, and hopefully from my heart to your heart, and from our hearts to all the hearts in Canada, to increase compassion, support wellness in all its pathways. Take care. Enjoy the rest of the evening.
Just want to take a quick moment for a couple little shout outs. So Capsa, thank you so much for having us again. So the Community Addictions Peer Support Association. Also Recovery Day Ottawa, we really appreciate the honor of being able to be here today and participate in your awesome day. Also, shout out to Recovery Day Victoria in BC, who is tuning in today. So, so what's next, Kevin? Got some more going on.
Next up, we have our next performer, also performed on our inaugural show for Recovery Day Halifax.
Yeah.
His name is Wayne Badecki. He's a singer-songwriter from Cape Breton, Nova Scotia. Right now, he's residing in Halifax, and he's working on his debut album. In 2018, he was named one of the top 3 emerging artists by CBMIC. Sit back, relax, and enjoy, and take it away, Wayne.
Abigail left on a train
to Montreal, swore she'd leave it all behind. Her books are covered in ash from all the bridges she left burning through the night. And she finally found the reason why, with all her broken hearts left behind. She made her home in the city, close to the neon lights, danced away most of nights, found faith in smiles far away from all those little lies. Truth in her heart, she realized that she could sing, she could dance through the night. In the morning, all her dreams come to life. For denial of a need is a funny, funny thing, like the loss of love and losing what sets you free. All you're left with is your time and those old memories. The movie reel is so dark and mean. With your heart to the sky, you'll quickly realize you've been in the same place this whole time. It's called being alive. It's called being alive. Abigail finds herself thinking of home, the ocean's in her heart. She hangs a canvas painting on the wall of her one-bedroom apartment, sees it play a part. When a tear rolls down her face, because she only saw its beauty and its grace. And the ghosts no longer haunt that place, because she's changed. Oh, because she's changed. For denial of a need is a funny, funny thing, like the loss of love and losing what sets you free. All you're left with is your time and those old memories. The movie reel is so dark and mean. With your heart to the sky, you'll quickly realize you've been in the same place this whole time. It's called being alive. 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 Thanks, everybody. My name's Wayne Badecki. It's a pleasure to be here playing some tunes for Recovery Day Ottawa in this beautiful room again, and I'm honored, and much thanks for inviting me, and thanks for everyone who put this great event on. The song's called That's Where My Heart Is. bet your parents got married in a secret church under a secret name, exchanging secret words, and I bet you they arranged for a secret birth. If you're not born that way, baby, you're a piece of work, and it's always the same damn thing with you. If it's not too much cocaine and it's too much booze, oh, you look so pretty when you sing the blues, and you look so sad in your dancing shoes, and that's where my heart is. That's where your heart is too. That's why it's so hard to get there, to get through, and that's where my heart is. That's where your heart is too. That's why it's so hard to get there. We get there, we do. Well, she mixed the coffee and lit a smoke. Spoon on the counter, spit bad when she spoke. Packed a suitcase, threw it down the stairs. Lines on her face, sleep in her hair. Come here, you little thing. Shut your mouth, give it up, let it out. Meet me on the corner. Please take me downtown. Tell me all your stories, babe. We'll turn them around, and that's where my heart is. That's where your heart is too. That's why it's so hard to get there, to get through, and that's where my heart is. That's where your heart is too. That's why it's so hard to get there. We get there, we do. Got your words in my head. They played out about 1,000 times. You kept yourself good and quiet up until the middle of the night. Oh baby, there's something in the palm of your hand. It felt heavy square out of my chest. It's better when you're at your best, and it's there waiting for you, ready to weather the rest. And that's where my heart is. That's where your heart is too. That's why it's so hard to get there, to get through, and that's where my heart is. That's where your heart is too. That's why it's so hard to get there. We get there, we do. I bet your parents got married in a secret church. It's a brand new tune called Your Cigarette. Your cigarette, reach for it when you hurt, and then you'll regret. Now it's downtown, you just throw it on the ground, stomp it with repent. I don't wanna be your cigarette. I don't wanna be your bad habit. One of your pack, never knowing which one that you're grabbing. Your dirty little secret, the smell on your breath. You can't hide what I won't forget. Don't wanna be your damn cigarette. You told me
sleep. You wanna lay it on the line. I just laughed and said, I think you're lying. You told me I've been cutting deep. I told you it's not the time. You only come round here when you're crying. Don't wanna be your cigarette. Don't wanna be your cigarette. Don't wanna be your cigarette. No, no, no. La da da da. Cigarette. Reach for it when you hurt, and then you'll regret. Now it's downtown, you'll just throw it on the ground, stomp it with repent. I don't wanna be your damn cigarette. You told me you've been losing sleep. Wanna lay it on the line. I just laughed and said, I think you're lying. You told me I've been cutting deep. I told you it's not the time. You only come round here when you're crying. Don't wanna be your cigarette. Don't wanna be your cigarette. Don't wanna be your cigarette. No, no, no. La da da da. Don't wanna be your cigarette. Don't wanna be your cigarette. Don't wanna be your cigarette. No, no, no. La da da da. Thanks, everybody. Once again, it's a pleasure to be here, and thanks, everybody, for putting this great event on. I'm honored to be a part of it. I'm going to play another new song here. It's called Today is Today, and it's one day I was walking down the street, and I stopped in a bus shelter. I was waiting for the bus, and there was this older gentleman sitting there smoking a cigar, and his knees were all banged up, and he was sitting with a cane, and I had my headphones in, and he was talking and jabbering on, trying to have a conversation with me, and I, just wanted to listen to my music and get on the bus, go on with my day. And he kept talking, and I was just rolling my eyes there, and thinking he was pretty kooky. And then he told me, he said, I'm a singer. And I big time rolled my eyes. I was like, oh, great, here we go. And at this point, I didn't want anything to do with it. He said, can I sing you a song? I was like, sure, man, like whatever. And anyway, he sang Frank Sinatra's song, That's Life. And it was just me and him in the bus shelter. And if you closed your eyes, you could have swore it was Frank Sinatra in there singing. He absolutely nailed it, and it was beautiful. And after that, he had my attention. And we sat down, and we had a long conversation. And I got a lot out of that conversation with him. And it's funny, at the start, I wanted nothing to do with it. So, this song's called Today is Today. Cigar holds on to all he's been through. An old brimmed hat, shadow covered eyes, couldn't hide the old man's truth. at a bus stop on a rainy afternoon. With a shaky hand out, he offered me a trade. Sad to say, I judged too soon. At what point do we learn to rate a man? The moment that he walks in the room. It makes you wonder who's the fool. Please take my change, help me count it out to 2. Son, that's all I'm asking you to do. Thank you kindly, now I'll gift you with a song. For my valued breath can't be wasted doing wrong. And Sinatra's words will help me carry on. Today is today. Tomorrow will be too. And find love and happiness. And buy a nice pair of shoes. You will walk many miles and use your heart when you sing. While he belted a pirate poet, a pawn and king. You see these knees, they aren't even mine. This cane is just my damn ball and chain. That says a lot, for you never met my wife. But Doc says the pain in my ass is her only blame. You better find a woman that'll love you through the rain. Take care, be well. Don't forget to buy a nice pair of shoes. Now to impress the girls, but for yourself. This world is yours and you got nothing to lose. Today is today. Tomorrow will be too. Find love and happiness. Buy a nice pair of shoes. You see, I've walked many miles, and from my heart I always sing. Pirate, poet, pawn and king. A puppet, a pirate, poet, pawn and king. It's a true story. It's called Today is Today. I got one more tune here for you this evening. Thanks for having me, and thanks for everyone putting on Recovery Day Ottawa. It's great to be a part of, and it's much appreciated. And everyone behind the scenes here, thank you very much. Thanks for inviting me. Events like this mean a lot to me.
It was just about 19 months ago when I started my recovery, and there's been a lot of people involved in it, and there's a lot of support out there, so it's great for events like this to give a lot of resources. So try to use them if you need to. They really do help. This is called Running So Long. Thanks for having me. I'm Wayne Badecki.
So long, I can't find my way home. It'd be the same old town, playing the same old shows. Where dreams lie still across the sky, the ones that ain't been chose. Trade my nights in for days, and I suppose, oh, I suppose, running so long, running so long, I've been running so long, I can't take it anymore. Surrender to the big old sun, and it's been said, or stand stubbornly alone with stones as legs. Walk colors of the flower trail, you'll see it ain't all dead. Patience in each day, doves will fly overhead. Oh, I'm breathing in, running so long, running so long. I've been running so long, I can't take it anymore. As many around anymore to listen to the stories I tell. And well, my truth wasn't cheap, so it won't be sold for less than paid. So fare thee well, fare thee so long, been running so long, I've been running so long, I can't take it anymore.
Thanks for having me, everybody. I'm Wayne Badecki. Have a great evening.
Last performer, Jules is going to give you a little intro.
Awesome. So hope you're enjoying it so far. So we're going to end our musical acts with a little bit more upbeat music. So we have Joe Fo, who is next. Joe Fo is from Glace Bay, Nova Scotia. He's been making music since 2002. In 2014, he was actually the top 4 finalists in CBC's Searchlight. He currently has 6 albums, has traveled worldwide, and is currently residing in Cape Breton. His style is kind of a mix of hip-hop, pop, punk, R&B, alternative, a little bit of everything, which is awesome. You can check him out on his Instagram at @TheRealJoFo. So take it away, Jofo.
What's up, everybody? My name's Jofo. Honored to be here at Recovery Day Ottawa. And I'd like to play some tunes for you guys. Let's get it going. And if you're on Instagram, don't forget to give me a follow at @TheRealJoFo. All right. Bring a little Cape Breton flavor to this Ottawa party, all right? Here we go. Yeah. Fork in the road, now it's way to go. I don't even know, but I knew I had to roll like later. Throwing up a peace sign, think it's time that I go. Have a little me time, smoke a lot of weed time. Trying to forget, even though it's been a while, I never really did. Like damn, it's heavy on my heart. Blind to the signs, couldn't see it at the start. Never hit the charts, never got a Juno. Thinking in my head, what am I supposed to do though? Life had me tripping out, flipping out. Go and book me a ticket, I think I'm checking out. Back then, swam with the sharks. Made it out alive cause I ran with my heart. And I listened to my gut. Most days had me confused and feeling stuck. But you gotta be big, gotta be bold, you gotta be wiser. You gotta be hard, you gotta be tough, you gotta be stronger. You gotta be cold, you gotta be calm, you gotta stay together. All I know, love will save the day, yeah. Wish them all well. Though there was a time I was wishing them all hell. But hey, I guess anybody can change if they really wanna do it. Cause they're sick of the pain, sick of the strain. Plus they're sick of the fight, changing my life. Small steps, getting it right. Growing up now, I give a what now? Don't wanna end up in a casket now. That's what's up now. People need me. I'm in the ghetto, but the scraps still feed me. I'm considered greedy, never ask much. Separated from the people who act up, not an actor. I'm the real thing, by myself, yes, I keep it real, man. Let me say something, if you're ever having one of those days, well, I'm nowhere how you feel, man. You gotta be bad, gotta be bold, you gotta be wiser. You gotta be hard, you gotta be tough, you gotta be stronger. You gotta be cold, you gotta be calm, you gotta stay together. All I know, love will save the day, yeah. Excuse me. Thank you very much. Hope everybody's having a good day out there in Ottawa, as I am here in Nova Scotia. So anyway, I'm Jofo from Cape Breton Island, Glace Bay, little town. You might not have heard of it. So you have to check me out, but I hope it's nice and warm there in Ottawa. I'm sure it is. Hey, 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 hey. No one ever understood me. I'm not like everybody else. And people told me what I could be. Then they wished me straight to hell. So now I'm sitting by my lonesome. I'm giving up on making friends. No more wasting time for no one. Cause I don't need no more pretend. I don't need no one there to love me. I'm better off on my own. Through the pain, my life's been lovely. Drink all day while I got stoned. Trying hard to make the changes I need to make to fix my life. Guess I'll have to rearrange it. I hope this time I get it right. I feel higher than the plainest. Go from morning, noon to night. Travel many different places, but in the base where I reside. But I know I don't need no one there to love me. I'm better off on my own. Through the pain, my Thank you very much, folks. Just like to say a big shout out and thank you to everybody who organized this wonderful day, letting all these beautiful people shine. Hey, oh, oh, hey, 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 oh, oh, hey, 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 oh, oh, hey, 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 hey. Looking back, I can't believe I put the work in. Oh my God, you acting like another person. I found it all when you said I ain't trying to hurt him. Next thing I'm all alone, just drinking cause I'm hurting. Saying yes, you give me patience, plus my motivation. You're like a vacation, amazing you. But I know that you don't need me, and you think that I'm cheesy, but still I always see you as amazing you. You really blow my mind, wanna have you all the time. Love when we bump and grind, but it's all gone down. But baby, it was real, I tried to sign the deal. You changed the value feeling, it's all gone down. I know I'm nothing special, but I still fuck with you. Can't buy a diamond necklace, but we can smoke a doob underneath all the stars, plus underneath the moon. Although we probably won't, hope we be speaking soon. Yes, you give me patience, plus my motivation. You're like a vacation, amazing you. But I know that you don't need me, and you think that I'm cheesy, but still I always see you as amazing you. You really blow my mind, wanna have you all the time. Love when we bump and grind, but it's all gone down. But baby, it was real, I tried to sign the deal. You changed the value feeling, it's all gone down. You really blew my mind, wanna have you all the time. Love when we bump and grind, but it's all gone now. But baby, it was real, I tried to sign the deal. You changed the value feeling, it's all gone now. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We're gonna keep the pace going here, keep the party going. All right, Soul Train. Champagne, please can you get the juice and bring the icebox plus a rolling tray. We gonna take the stress and let it go away, cause I wanna go get down like a Muckle feel. Oh well, I'm not him, okay, I'm something still. We gonna move our feet, forget about the weed, and everybody's welcome, no one's got me feeling like Soul Train, Soul Train. Feel good, man, look at all of you. See when we get together, look what we all can do. We got the cold drinks, plus the barbecue, but it is something in reality we only do. But life's too short, it's going fast, just like a train that's on the tracks. But this is good, I know it's there, I wanna dance. Got me feeling like Soul Train, Soul Train. Soul Train, choo choo, choo choo, choo choo, choo choo. Got me feeling like Soul Train, choo choo, choo choo, choo choo, choo choo. Got me feeling like Soul Train, choo choo, choo choo, choo choo, choo choo. Head on. Hope y'all feeling good out there in Ottawa. Recovery Day Ottawa. What a pleasure to be a part of. I'm sincerely honored. So we're gonna play a song about the dangers of drugs. Hey. Here we go.
Alright, we have someone on the line right now.
rapper blast. See how long your paddle lasts. Did 2 grand since the hourglass flip. Big butts to bow with that shit. Hands up, I wanna go nuts. Can't wait till the paddle shows up. Uh-oh, about to throw up. Ambulance has to roll up. Phone from the mouth, cops on scene, going through the house. Say you wanna party and you know what that's about. One bad bump in your nose and your eye like, oh no, one more chance. Look at my friends, look at my fam, too late, already gone. Ones who love me, all got them on. Hey, 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 like the glory of the powder. Hey, 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 the glory of the powder. Hey, 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 the glory of the powder. Hey, 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 hey. Oh no, people die, dirty dope, sniffing lines, real talk. Friends of mine, wife and children left behind. Fun stuff, mom and dad, not how they want me to pass. Leaving in a body bag. One bad line was all he had now. Phone from the mouth, cops on scene, going through the house. Say you wanna party and you know what that's about. One bad bump in your nose and you're out like, oh no, one more chance. Look at my friends, look at my fam, too late, already gone. Ones who love me, all got them on. Hey, 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 the glory of the powder. Hey, 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 the glory of the powder. Hey, 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 the glory of the powder. Hey, 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 the glory of the powder. Hey, 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 the glory of the powder. Hey, 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 the glory of the powder. Hey, 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 the glory of the powder. Hey, 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 the glory of the powder. Thank you very much, Ottawa. I'm gonna play a couple old songs, bring some Cape Breton flavor. Get the toes tapping. Hey. Here we go. Hello, a new day has begun. So think about tomorrow. Feel I'm on the run, drowning all my sorrows. Prayed a million times for cash and things I borrow, but I know that I'm fine, no matter how the score goes. Looking at the sun in the sky, things looking so good right now that I'm wondering why. And all that I can do is just try. Never gonna stop living my life. Trying hard on a daily, ain't nobody tryna play me. Everything's looking up lately. Everything's looking up lately. Over time I saw things and the places I should go. I don't know where I can end up, something that nobody knows. Keep my head up on my shoulders, feet up on the ground. As time goes by, life does too, and I'm glad I'm here right now. I don't mind if I ain't perfect, but I'm glad that I can see. Just looking at the whole world where I'm glad that I can be. Life, love that. Had to dig down deep, bring the love back. Got too much soul, no club track, straight to the point, sick to the subject. Stand up, guy. If you feel that, put your hands up high. Never feel good when a man must die. That's what I call a time that a man must cry. Jesus say, please come where I'll be today. Got light, I see the way. Growing up so hard, you'll see mistakes. I ain't even tripping, loving what I'm seeing, loving how I'm living. Hands up top, love what you giving. Lock it up tight like people in the prison. Over time I saw things and the places I should go. I don't know where I can end up, something that nobody knows. Bringing it back just for one time. Look at me, I'm on my way. Just look up and at the sunshine. Glad that I am here today. Keep my head up on my shoulders, feet up on the ground. As time goes by, life does too, and I'm glad I'm here right now. I don't mind if I ain't perfect, but I'm glad that I can see. Just looking at the whole world, I'm glad that I can be. Keep my head up on my shoulders, feet up on the ground. As time goes by, life does too, and I'm glad I'm here right now. I don't mind if I ain't perfect, but I'm glad that I can see. Just looking at the whole world, I'm glad that I can be. Thank you very much. Time goes by. Here's another oldie. little song I did called Regular Joe. I'm off and on, but on a lie, making it through my day. See, I just wanna stop it all, but I won't let them break me. I'm strong enough, I'll survive, have to live through my own life. People always say that I'ma make it and it makes me cry. Now what people say to me, that makes me confused. Trying to please everybody but me is giving me the blues. So I'm alone, inside my room, deep inside I'm filled with gloom. What do I do? Where do I go? Only man out here care about Joe. You're listening to him now. I ain't living in a place like wow. Just a younger man trying to do monkey bars like back at school. Know I've seen a lot, but I'll hang out when I'm stopping by. Around the house or in the street or at the bar. I'm just a regular Joe, regular job. I'm living so horrible, I'm ready to try. I'm trying to be free, I'm trying to be me, but it's all into nothing, ain't got nothing to see. I'm just a regular Joe, regular job. I'm living so horrible, I'm ready to try. I'm trying to be free, I'm trying to be me, but it's all into nothing, ain't got nothing to see. I'm just a regular Joe. Lay low at home, don't need that spotlight. As long as I got what I need, I got everything that I want right. I'm closer to what I want to see, everything that I want for me. I'm so in love, I got a room. My friends say, man, I'm proud of you, and that make me smile. No, my dude, probably ain't got much more than you, but that's okay, I don't mind. Still happy if I don't shine, cause I got a little crib with a little bit of grub, and I just got paid, got a couple of bucks, and the fun don't stop, no, we letting it go. Say, I'm just a regular Joe, regular job. I'm living so horrible, I'm ready to try. I'm trying to be free, I'm trying to be me, but it's all into nothing, ain't got nothing to see. I'm just a regular Joe, regular job. I'm living so horrible, I'm ready to try. I'm trying to be free, I'm trying to be me, but it's all into nothing, ain't got nothing to see. I'm just a regular Joe. Thank you very much, Ottawa. Regular Joe. So I got a couple tunes left here, and these are from 2016. So a couple oldies. Here we go. The song's called Home Tonight. Hey, would you like a drink or something? I can go and just go right. You'll see. So please, tell me you're doing nothing. She said now I'm home tonight. Let's see. Now do you wanna go tonight with me? Now do you wanna go tonight with me? I wanna lay down with you, I wanna make a memory. If something happens, I'm with you. Consider you a friend of me. And I don't gotta wish for, I don't gotta hope to be, 'cause I feel it in my bloodstream every time she's close to me. Now do you wanna go tonight with me? Do you wanna go tonight with me? Do you wanna go tonight with me? Now do you wanna go tonight long. Now I found what I needed. And do you wanna go home tonight with me? And do you wanna go home tonight with me? Now do you wanna go home tonight with me? Do you wanna go home tonight with me? Do you wanna go home tonight with me? Do you wanna go home tonight with me?
Right on. Thank you guys so much. It's my last song, Ottawa. I hope you guys stay warm. I know it's cold there. All right, thank you. At The Real Jofo, go and give me a follow. This song's called New Day. Big ups to all you people out there participating in Recovery Day Ottawa. Big ups. Lots of love, man.
Don't hear what they say unless they say something that make you feel good. If not, they said nothing. Don't see what they do to mess with your vision. Don't let them call you down or question your wisdom. Yeah, I know that this life is about chances, so I'm doing what I want, though I don't have all the answers. Yeah, I know that this life is about chances, so I'm doing what I want, though I don't have all the answers. It's a new year, a new day, a new thing has begun. You don't have to feel alone, we all are one. Try to reload, keep it going, don't ever stop. 'Cause we are all just trying to make it to the top. 'Cause we are all just trying to make it to the top. 'Cause we are all just trying to make it to the top. 'Cause we are all just trying to make it to the top. 'Cause we are all just trying to make it to the top. See, I'm a doobie, I'm all about good days, so I do a lot of good things, and I do them in a good way. Gotta block out haters, 'cause they don't care about you, so if you gotta deal with it, don't go putting them around you. Yeah, I know that this life is about chances, so I'm doing what I want, though I don't have all the answers. Yeah, I know that this life is about chances, so I'm doing what I want, though I don't have all the answers. It's a new year, a new day, a new thing has begun. You don't have to feel alone, we all are one. Try to reload, keep it going, don't ever stop. 'Cause we are all just trying to make it to the top. 'Cause we are all just trying to make it to the top. We are all just trying to make it to the top. We are all just trying to make it to the top. We are all just trying to make it to the top.
Yeah. Big ups, man. Thank you guys so much for having me. Recovery Day Ottawa. Lots of love from Jofo. And, I'm thinking of you all. Lots of love. Get home safe. And be good. Have a great day. Peace out.
Awesome performance. Thank you very much, Jofo.
Yeah, thank you. That was absolutely fantastic. Now, definitely just want to say thank you very much again from the Recovery Halifax family over here to have us involved. Really, what an honor to be a part of such a fast-growing movement that is so important. Really to normalize conversations and to really help break societal stigmas. So again, thank you so much for having us. It was such an honor. I hope you enjoy the rest of your event. And for me, thank you so much.
Yeah, it was a pleasure and an honor to be a part of this event today, as well as the quick growing movement across Canada for Recovery Day. We really hope you enjoyed our performers from the East Coast, and we would love to see you again at potentially another event. Thank you again. Have a wonderful evening.
Well, it's Recovery Day Ottawa 2020. I'm here this afternoon with Denise Rache
from KPMG, and he's the Chief Mental Health Officer, the first one in Canada, and as far as we know, the only one still in Canada. And we're going to have a discussion around mental health in the workplace, resiliency, family members, taking care of each other. Didn't you?
Well, first of all, thank you for including me as part of your presentation. I mean, any opportunity I get to help organizations continue to move the knowledge dial around mental health, I welcome that. It makes, it's what it's all about, right? Yeah. I don't feel so alone anymore. During COVID, I've actually found one more person through LinkedIn in Australia in a big bank that's a chief mental health officer. So in Canada, to my knowledge, I'm still the only one who has the title. But to me, it's not about the title. It's more about taking action in this space. You know, our firm didn't create my position because we don't have an amazing HR team. I mean, we have an amazing team of HR professionals, but as you and I know in this space, mental health is a very small component of what an HR professional does. So I think when you take somebody, and my unique role is my lens, I have one lens, it's a mental health lens. So if you got to do something in a role, where do you start? You know, you look at benefits, you look at support networks, you look at training, and instinctively people, just like your organization, kind of find you somehow, and they're curious about the role. And I thought extending my learning to be able to play this role, because I'm a semi-retired enterprise private company tax audit partner, so some people kind of go, you know, how did this guy have the knowledge? Obviously, having a lived experience gives you some credibility, but I think just by osmosis almost, and things are changing so fast right now in this space. It's an exciting time to be working in this space, especially with COVID. Like, to me, COVID has basically opened the door. You know, people who were sort of hanging out the windows of the bus, they didn't really believe mental health was health. Now they are being challenged in a way never challenged before. So it's made my role of non-believers, or maybe parents not being so good in the circle of care, realizing that, hey, this is real, right?
And I was going to touch on your career a bit there, because it doesn't sound like you had planned or had a career path to being the chief mental health officer. And so what experience led you to have these conversations and become this advocate, you know?
13 years ago, if somebody would have told me that someday I'd be doing an interview here with you, I would have said, yeah, like I think the true meanings of things happen for a reason. It is my journey, you know. I think you've seen the video that the Royal did on me, which, you know what, I never thought anybody would watch that video. You know, personally, not that I'm an accountant in counting, I've watched it 152 times, and I still cry each time I see it. For one reason is that I see the living hell that somebody suffering puts their family through, i.e. your partner. So it's my journey, just, you know, after being brave enough to finally get help and asking for help, which to me is the first step to recovery, right? Like, the hardest thing I always tell people that I support that you're ever going to do is ask for help. After that, it becomes easier, right? Yeah. So just naturally, you know, after I was back at work and all of that, just people having known that Denise suffered through clinical depression would kind of reach out to Denise, you know, from all across the country. So that kind of made me realize that sharing, putting my story out there had a huge difference. So I started doing that back in 2014. I was on our Inclusion and Diversity Council, which is kind of where our mental health focus came out of. You know, one of our pillars is around mental health and people bringing their whole selves to work. Yeah. So the role kind of evolved from there to the point that the Royal Ottawa Inspiration Award, a young lady actually in our office here in Ottawa wanted to nominate my spouse and I for this award. And I remember the night we went to her house and I saw this write-up and I thought, yeah, this looks pretty good. Driving home, my wife and I, you know, we said, let us think about it. My wife and I kind of said, you know what, let her nominate us. We'll never win this thing anyway, right? But just goes to show the stigma and a lot of it being self-imposed. It was kind of like, does Denis Trottier, Mr. KPMG Enterprise, want the whole business community that he suffered, right? So go to the gala, which I've seen you at before, and I'll never forget the night of that award, and I think it speaks highly to our discussion here today in that there were 3 winners. And I will always say that the other 2 were way more deserving than myself and my spouse Yolande will ever be. Why? Multiple addictions, had slept on benches and so on, right? But just to go to show the stigma and is that I remember when the videos of the other 2 worthy recipients were playing, people weren't even listening. You know, it's the typical rubber chicken dinner where there's noise and people, and then boom, Denis comes on, and it was dead quiet. And I often refer that's sort of where the turning point where I became the poster boy for the Royal Ottawa, and the journey kind of grew from there. That now the Royal invites me to their strategic retreats to know what the hell corporate world is doing. So happens for a reason, because I grew up in Northern Ontario where, you know, school teachers used to tell us in the schoolyard, if you didn't behave, we're going to send you to North Bay. And we knew there was a psychiatric hospital in North Bay, so we were scared, right?
Yeah.
We didn't know what we didn't know, right? But education is key in this space, right?
Absolutely, and I think, you know, you were talking about that internalized stigma, you know, and that idea, well, where do we internalize it from, right?
Yeah.
What were the messages?
Yeah.
And I'm going to say, at the time, right, they were just careless words by someone
Yeah.
hoping to get the kids to quieten down.
Yes, yeah.
Not realizing that 20 years later,
Yeah.
someone would be suffering in silence
Yeah.
because they thought it would be bad if they weren't well.
Yeah, you got it.
For some of us who have slept outdoors and indoors, is that finding no comfort in a comfortable chair can be a devastating experience. And that devastation that people experience who are in homes, have cars, money in the bank, and aren't supposed to be unwell, and have that weight of expectation of self, right? Can be a burden. You know, the guy on the bench may be dreaming, if I had a house, I'd be okay.
Yeah.
But the person in the house doesn't have that dream to hold on to.
Yeah.
I've got everything I'm supposed to have, and I'm not
Exactly, yeah.
okay. And so we really, you know, it's an interesting place to find ourselves in, that these conditions just bust down doors and break hearts in homes. You know?
Housing First, right? That's one program that CMHA has that I love, you know, like getting people in lodging so that, and then supporting them with the resources, opening a bank account, finding employment so that if you don't have a place to sleep, it's one of the wheels in the clogs of your overall wellness, right?
Well, and sometimes, like yourself, right, we discovered that although our stories may be a sad experience in our own lives, it turns out they may be a rich experience when I go to help my community.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so, you know, and you see how hungry the community is for that help.
Yeah, we're not looking for sympathy. I think that's a good point, right? Like when I put the video out there, I you know, when somebody comes and said, "Oh, poor you," it's not about that. It's no poor you. In fact, I'm a strong believer that if somebody hits a mental health speed bump younger in their life versus older, they will probably grow stronger from it and develop coping mechanisms that, you know, I see people close to retirement, they're hitting their first speed bump, and if they don't believe and their education's not there, they really think it's their work doing this to them and they just retire early, right? Which I haven't in 3 years found anybody where it was clearly work doing this to them, right?
Yes.
Stress does not equal a mental health disorder. Long periods of improperly managed stress could lead to, right? But everybody thinks it's work doing it to them.
Well, and then the stress is not working, and so people leave work because they're stressed and find out that it's actually my inability to manage stress.
Yeah, you got it.
And now I have this new stress because I've lost my identity in terms of my business card and my role in the community, and so it can go downhill quickly.
Yeah.
We mentioned COVID-19 earlier, and we did check for the 6 feet.
Well, we got a little closer there.
There we go. So we're sure with everybody, and so this idea of we started off with social distancing and then realized that was the wrong term, and we need physical distancing and social connection. And can you talk a little bit about how that's affecting KPMG, how that's affecting what you see as the broader business community?
I worry now about my teams now than I did earlier in COVID. for various reasons, and it's that, you know, our world, people are all over the place. They're coming and going, they're traveling, they're on exciting engagements. Now, the routine for everybody is so different, right? A lot of people who are challenged even more so with COVID are people that were living out of their suitcase. It's interesting, you wouldn't think that, right? But some people, their DNA are not used to being at home with family all the time. Their creative thinking time of sitting on planes or in hotel rooms, their me time is gone. So it's been the social side. We have a percentage of our workforce that is already working remote. So it's a sector, you know, social isolation and all of that we were already, you know, cognitive of. The thing that I probably see, Gordon, is that I think some people are being missed during COVID. And by that I mean, you know, think about of our team members who are great people. You know, the ones who normally come in the morning and go down the hall and go see Deirdre or Grant or whoever, they're probably doing an even better job during COVID. But the ones where checking in on colleagues is sort of on the B or C list, it's just their DNA. Not because they're bad people, we all have strengths and weaknesses. I'm not sure that some people are being left out in this checking in. It's interesting, like one of my offices did, they took every single employees and all the partners made a call, random call, not people in their group, did a wellness check on people.
Yeah.
Pretty interesting approach, right? But it's just a little gesture. And it was interesting in teeing that up, how it would work, that jokingly some people might think I'm getting fired if I've got a meeting set up with Gordon and Gordon never reaches out to me. But it goes to show that, you know, like the CMHA study that they did during COVID, they surveyed 1,000 people, and when asked a question, how are you? 71% said I'm fine.
Yeah.
And it's interesting, Mental Health Week, it was get real about how you feel. And then they showed you asking me that question, and I go, I'm fine, then there was a delay. And then the little cartoon video showed, well, what I wish I could really tell you is I've got an 86-year-old dad, blah, 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 or kids and so on, right? So I think the social side overlaid of that, of people missing that social connection, it's immeasurable, you know, like I don't know if you've seen the slide, Dr. Daw uses it, he's one of the doctors behind the Bell Let's Talk, and it's very moving and telling. It showed the COVID curve, it showed the second wave, smaller, right, there's no precise science to this, it showed the delays in surgery, right? Yeah. Imagine having breast cancer and you need a surgery and it's delayed, that impact. And then it had the mental health curve, which just blew me away. It was lower than the first wave, higher than the second wave, but it kept escalating, right? Because as we know, like PTSD, like when somebody is deployed, that's usually not where the signs and symptoms are. It's later, right? Yes. So it's that whole, the wave of being alone and the disruptions. And our firm doctor explains it this way, the impact of COVID. He says, we've lost all sense of control. And I kind of go, Bernie, what do you mean? And his example is grocery shopping, which is so telling. When in your life have you had to plan so much to go do the groceries? I.e., what time you're going to go, doing your list by aisle, or maybe, oh, well, that store won't have that, so we'll just get, like, you know, and the accumulation of these little things is something that we've never been tested on, right?
Well, and I think, and we're looking at a lot of society that was had a function and a purpose and a place to go in the daytime, and a card that told them who they were and what they did, in a society that is very much connected to my doing versus my being, and now put in this place where I'm a lot of being and not so much doing. And the idea that usually the doing is about constructing plans and organizing and making adjustments, but always going to onwards, whereas this is about whatever I plan, I cannot affect COVID as a condition in this world, right? And so that loss of control over that bigger picture.
And not having a clear picture, right? I was doing a session yesterday, and one of the questions was really interesting around media and sources and rules, right? And you know, like one of the mental health steps right now is to limit the amount of media you absorb and get it from reliable sources. Can you tell me what the reliable source is, right? Our lead doctors are saying no mask a month ago, now they're saying mask, right? So, and the back to school, you know, not only provincially being different, we look around Ottawa here, every school board has a different set of rules. So as parents, you know, we're used to being to tell our child not to worry about something and knowing the answer. Now we're white lying it a bit, right? We're in this together with them.
Well, and I'm going to go a bit up on the philosophical trend here, if you don't mind.
Ask away.
Well, you know, there's two things that come to mind, and it's only been 150 years for most people, most family units work together, and the kids were not separate from parents. And so we're in this shock now where families are connected again, except for we're not accustomed to it, and it seems strange and different where it was totally normal before. And the other piece is this idea that we're always in control, right, has been challenged, and the question is, were we ever in control? And
yeah, good point.
You know, and can we be willing to live in a place of uncertainty in a comfortable way and be curious about what happens next rather than fearful? You know,
and not having the answers.
And not having the answers, right?
You know, and maybe that's a positive thing that comes out of COVID.
Well, and I look at your life experience in our conversation today.
Yeah.
Unplanned, unexpected, and then I'm wondering how many people you're helping, Denis, and the changes taking place in the corporate world around the subject matter. And isn't it wonderful that we didn't know it was going to happen, but it did?
Yeah. Interesting way to look at it. It's we can make a difference so easy in this space some days. It's just when Pivot put me on their cover, I never thought anybody would read that. You know, it got 44,000 views. You know, if members just Google Denis Trottier, you'll probably find this, but all around the world. And some of it is so moving. Like a wow moment for me in my role is having a young lady from Glasgow, Scotland, reach out and say, Denis, can somebody really get out of depression? Well, you're asking the right person, and share. I never give advice, just share lived experience or resources. And 3 days later, getting an email in the morning saying, I just want you to know, chatting with you made me brave to go get some help, and I'm better than I ever have been, right? So when people are triggered a little bit, I think this is a trigger. Like we filmed in this boardroom a few weeks ago for our virtual 1,200 member conference, and people are reaching out on LinkedIn saying, I signed up for the conference just because I want to see the mental health session. So the appetite in this space right now is amazing. And you know, to talk about positive a bit, an interview a few weeks ago with a French newspaper, they started the interview and they were just asking me stuff about all the bad stuff of COVID, and I didn't get upset, but I said, like, whoa, like, why did you pick me for that? It's all over the media. Why don't we change this interview to the positive side of COVID? And the journalist went to that, and I said, yeah, I said, I am seeing a positive side in that. As an example, many families using COVID as a white page to refresh. And you know, I hear and see things. My kids don't need to be in 3 competitive sports, and I don't need to be a taxi parent every night. 1 will be enough. So going back to what you were saying of the family being together, and it's not just about work, and big cars and big homes bringing you back. And perhaps if we're more together like that, we will face some of those uncertainty that you alluded to as a unit versus one-off all over the place, right?
Yeah. And thank you. I believe that's a lot of what can happen from here. There are so many opportunities that this is presenting us to ask some of these questions, right? Not that we won't be an industrious world, not that we won't be a world that makes lives better for many people, but what is our lives and what is better? And these questions will never not serve us as a community. Going forward, how do you see corporate Canada, how do you see the business community changing and responding? What's the environment going to look like?
Like I said earlier, of non-believers perhaps, now are believers. I have never been asked to speak in so many places, including clients, organization groups. I think organizations, Gordon, that haven't done very much in this space now are realizing that organizations contributing, caring for the wellness of their teams is becoming table stakes. I mean, the best example for me, which was even pre-COVID, is recruiting this year. You know, the number one question used to be, what's your top 5 clients, right? Now the number one question was, what's your wellness practices? What are your benefits around mental health? So I see a huge trend in organizations having more flexibility in their benefits. I see the act perhaps becoming law because it's not law. So if COVID doesn't make it law, you know, what will? So I think organizations who haven't focused in this space will probably struggle to meet the requirements when it comes into play. Use of electronic tools. You know, you know, Mind Beacon, Snap Clarity. I mean, Mind Beacon is free now, province of Ontario. It's part of our OHIP, but some of these tools where you can get an e-therapist are pretty amazing. So I foresee that organizations too, if not creating a similar role, maybe at least carving out the role out of HR and holding somebody accountable for the mental health lens. You know, there's so many tools out there that are free. You know, organizations oftentimes ask me where to start. I always say, take an inventory of what you have. You know, a lot of our audience today have employee assistance programs. They're underutilized. You know, spend time with what you have in educating your people. Like we've been running seminars, Employee Assistance Program 101, so that people, you know, people think EFAP, it's you and I calling when we're struggling. It doesn't have to be. It could be our significant others calling and saying, you know, my husband, my spouse, my partner is living through this. How can you help them? One that I'd like to point out, if I may, to this group would be the plan for resilience. Like internally for us, listening to our people and having moved the education dial, now we're at a point where people are saying, you know, we've done all of that. That's pretty good, but it's reactive. Why can't we become more proactive? So we've invested a lot in resilience. We don't even call it training. Yeah. It's an investment in you and your family. And we've gotten the success by making it about you and your family, and then we benefit on the work front. But one I want to show, because I think I found this at a conference in Montreal a year ago, and this was developed by the Centre for Mental Health in the Workplace. It's available en anglais et en français. If you Google Plan for Resilience, you will hit this document. And it is simply amazing and well put, you know, very generational, recognizing your stressors, doing a stress map on yourself, which you've probably never done. You know, you can get a family member to do a stress map on you to see how Gordon reacts and then work with that. So this is to me an amazing go-to tool for people who, wherever they are in the spectrum of their mental health, whether they're in the circle of care or themselves suffering, you know, like look at this, accept, avoid, alter, attack. And on the site, when you go there now too, you will also see that they have developed a leader's guide, PowerPoint. So any member listening right now can go pull down these slides and host a little lunch and learn. So it's an amazing tool that's free. Your tax dollars have contributed to some of this. So
yeah. Well, and one of the remarkable things around mental health is the fact that in physical health is we never question an athlete continuing to be athletic when they're in shape. And yet there's this idea with mental health, as soon as I'm feeling well, then I forget about it until the next difficulty. Whereas there's this resiliency work that we can do on a regular basis to keep well. And that mental fitness piece and that mental resiliency piece, I think, is a critical component going forward.
Yeah.
That we don't have to wait till that moment.
Don't wait till it's too late. It's like first aid, right? You take the training before you need it. I always joke that, you know, when I have an audience, I survey, I say, who in this room has CPR or first aid? And, you know, most of the room, then I go, how many people have given a Band-Aid or done CPR at work? Very few people, thank God. Yeah. But then I talk about mental health, you know, like the mental health first aid training to me, if you want to move your dial, it's commercially available right across Canada. It's only 12 hours. Why don't we all have that training, right? Because I think we'll utilize that either personally or somebody we're supporting more than CPR.
It's certainly more prevalent, and it's a conversation piece that
a lot of the difficulty around this initial conversation is the perception someone else has on my opinion about mental health.
Yeah.
Will decide whether they'll discuss theirs with mine.
Yeah.
And so by taking the course and talking about taking the course and what I learned in the course, I am unconsciously or opening the door for someone to say, oh, this is someone I could speak to. We were talking about Wellness Together Canada earlier.
Yes.
And I just wanted to talk about that as another portal for people to go to, including with substance use, that's free and accessible Canada during the COVID crisis.
They've done an amazing job, Wellness Canada, pulling all the resources together to make them, you know, easy to find.
One site, just go, click some buttons,
yeah,
do a checkup, see how you are.
There are so many resources like that that part of the role is kind of staying on top of what they are. I mean, I love in Ontario the Bounce Back program. You know, anybody in this call can Google Bounce Back and self-refer right away to get therapy, get free books and so on. I mean, now Manitoba and BC has this program. So, you know, part of the role is identifying this so that people, you know, there's many resources out there. We just don't know about them, right? It's because we've never really been focused on this area. So organizations just taking inventory and taking note of the various, like the Royal and the CAMHs of the world, is a starting point, right?
Absolutely. Well, and again, it normalizes the conversation, right?
Yeah.
The expectation is you may well need one of these resources during your lifetime, so why wouldn't I tell you about it? It's not an accusation, it's not an assessment, it's not a judgment, and why not put it in your back pocket and say, well, I know where to go if I need to go.
An easy one is your webpage too. You know, I challenge the participants on this session, when you're back in your work organization, try to find your mental health resources, and I'm willing to bet many of you will never find them. That's the number one thing I do when organizations approach me. Now on Zoom, it's kind of funny, you know, I had 4 executives on the screen the other day. I said, let's do a test. I want you to find your mental health resources. And I see them all playing with their mouse and they all have a big smile. And I go fight for real estate. You have a COVID-19 button. Why don't you have a mental wellness button? Right? So it destigmatizes it, putting it on your work agenda. Yeah. I have many teams now where mental health, the wellness of their teams is on their work agenda. So normalize it by not being afraid to talk about it.
Well, and we're talking about all of us, you know, and our country's well-being, our community's well-being, our family's well-being.
Yep.
And workplace well-being has an outcome to it at the workplace. And so I think that's the piece where there's a lot of false beliefs around whether mental health was a negative impact or not. The reality is it's just part of life, and we need to be ready for it, and we need to build resiliency, and we need to encompass and embrace those who are suffering, and so they can continue to be meaningful members of society.
Absolutely. You and I spend more time with our coworkers than we do with our families, right? So we are significant supporters to each other on the work front. If we don't think we have a role to play in the work front, we're really at the low end of the knowledge dial for mental health, right? Because
well, one of the interesting things about interviews is people always want to know how you get along with others, but you don't get to meet the others till later. Yeah. And so it's this idea then, what skill set do I have to actually do that, right? Is that I'm friendly, or is that I'm meaningful to the other people I work with?
Yeah.
And when we embrace wellness as part of the work conversation, we become meaningful to the people we work with, not just hello and goodbye, chit chat. I just want to say, Denise, it's been very meaningful for me today to have you here as a representative of KPMG, as representing yourself and your family. I particularly appreciated your comments around the involvement of your family and its impact on your wellness. Both ways, the suffering was shared, and so is the wellness, and I think that's a powerful message here today at Recovery Day, that this isn't just about the individual, it's about our communities, about our families, and we get well together. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Let's not forget our supporters. Being in the circle of care of somebody is as difficult as suffering yourself, and we often forget that. So,
yeah, absolutely.